Hi. Hey, happy Thursday, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. I hope it's good for you because it's good for me. Back to the University of Idaho today. It is an open panel, open discussion. We're talking about the footage released recently over there on Linda Lane, guys. I want to hear your thoughts, your opinions, your theories about it all. I am excited to be here with you guys once again. And again, I want to hear all your thoughts, opinions, and theories on this, guys. Let's do this. Here we go. Aha. Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you. Happy Thursday to you. It is July 6th of 2023. Welcome back, everyone. Great to have you here. Great to see you here. I appreciate you more than you know. It is an open panel, open discussion today, guys. We're looking into the Veritas footage that was put out. And of course, we've been looking into it, CJ and I, and a lot of us have been looking into it for days now. We have looked into a lot of it. But at this point, guys, I want your thoughts on it. I want your opinions. I want your theories. I want to know what you guys think about it, what you guys see. It is so good to see you guys here again. Thank you so very much for joining us again. I do have a new moderator on the team. I wanted to say, Mrs. M, welcome to the team. We love you, dear. You are such a loyal person, and you're so good at what you do. And I have to say, it's time. So thank you for joining us if you accept it, and I appreciate you so very much. I know you'll do an amazing job here. We got so many people in here that we do need to have more moderators in here to be able to watch things going on. So I appreciate you, Mrs. M, if you're accepting, as I said. And it was something I've been thinking about. Somebody just kind of sparked it for me here about a few minutes ago, and I was gonna do it last week, and I just got all mixed up with things. So thank you again for who was it that mentioned it. I appreciate you for relighting that in my mind. Thank you. Again, welcome everybody. It's great to be here with you guys once again. It's been a crazy few days, guys, with this new footage that's been released. Like I said, a lot of us have been going through it, left and right. CJ, me, Drunk Turkey Show, and quite a few other creators have been looking at this stuff. So we're going to get into it today, and I want to hear what you guys have to say. Like I said, you guys deserve the right to voice your opinions on it. You guys don't get that option too many times. So that's what we're doing today, guys. And we can talk about other things as well. So, but the main topic is about this footage. You know, we can go back, review it, look at it, do this, and so on and so forth. So here in a little while, I'm going to start bringing up everybody 1 to 2 or 3 at a time. We'll see how it works out. Again, guys, I'm going to ask right off the get here before we get started. Please respect my moderators. They're very hardworking people. They do a lot in here. So please, if you will, please respect what they say. I have a rule in here at this point. My moderators have all, well, minus a couple new ones, have been told about this. You know, it's a 3 strikes and you're out scenario in here. We usually don't have any problems. Recently we have, and I'm not doing it. Like I said, guys, this is not a daycare. This is a live streaming channel for everybody to come in here to be able to enjoy themselves to an extent as well, and to get information, to spread information, to talk about things. That's what this is, guys. We're all adults and we can handle that. I know we can. I have faith in all of you, and love and respect each and every one of you guys to an extreme level that I can't explain in words, okay? So all I'm asking for you guys to do is to respect each other. Even if you don't respect me, please respect each other. Respect each other's opinions and feelings and thoughts and theories. That's all I want from you guys. And if we can all do that, then this is where you belong, because that's what this community is all about, guys. And again, if my moderators ask you, you know, calm down, please do this or please do that, just respect them is all I'm asking, guys. And I know you will. I know you guys will, because I know that you guys are those amazing people that you are. So thank you for being who you are. So let's see who has graced us with their lovely and amazing presences today. Looks like we got Groot in the house. Welcome back. Good to see you. Mrs. M, the lovely Mrs. M, welcome to the team, my dear, and great to have you here. The Raging Cajuns in the house. What's up? Don't die. 509. Thanks for being here. D. Smith, welcome back. Margaret Ofer, good to see you. Higher Ground, always happy to see you, my dear. Thanks for joining us today. Miss Casey's in the house. What is going on? P. Fox, welcome back. Good to see you. Cryptic Conversions, welcome. Cora 263, welcome. Great to see you. Miss Zelda's in the house. One of my amazing moderators. Here we go. Good to have you. Jesse Schul, welcome all the way from Thailand again. Great to see you having your first beer. Hey, do your thing, brother. Cammy Q, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Bonnie Bailey's in the house. Welcome, Bonnie. Claire S., great to see you again. Welcome back. Let me see. P. Fox, welcome back, ma'am. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Miss Crystal, welcome back. Great to see you. 57, Vicky, great to have you here. Always great to see you. D. Smith, good to see you. Let me see. Who else do we have in here? David Clayton, my friend. Good to see you from London. Yeah, great to have you here, brother. Adam, stand by the jams. Great to see you back. Thanks for joining us. Miss Evie Marie, welcome back, dear. Good to see you. The Canadian True Crime Buff is in the house. Great to have you back. Always happy to see you. Miss Brandy B, the OG, another one of my awesome mods. Thanks for joining us today, Brandy. I appreciate you so very much, my dear. Love you madly. Great to have you. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Jameson, welcome back, my friend. Good to have you. Miss Vanessa, great to see you. Marina Girl, welcome. Great to have you here. Good to see you. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house, everyone. I hope you're feeling better, darling. I really do. You've had a rough couple days, dearie. I hope you're feeling better. No worries about being late. Thank you for being here. Another one of my amazing mods. Let's see. Let's see. Who do we see? Romper, Stomper, Bomper, Boo. How about that one? Yeah. Remember that, guys? Mojo's in the house. What's up? What's up? It's good to see you. Miss Amy Locke. Welcome. Good to see you. Speedwell. Lady Speedwell's in the house, guys. Good to see you. Absolutely. Absolutely. I will be there. That's for sure. Let me see. Dago's Daddy Daycare. That's right. That's right. Chemistry Queen. Welcome back. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Did I miss anybody? I'm getting up to the talk. Miss Bonnie Messick, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Tammy Hammond, welcome back. Great to have you here. Lady P, great to see you again. Thanks for joining us. Salutum, welcome. Good to see you and great to have you here. Appreciate you. Gianna, welcome back. Good to see you. All right, guys, come on in. Find a seat. Find a seat, if you will, everybody. One moment, guys. Let's see. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, everybody. Mrs. Dago says, hey, and she appreciates you all so very much. Let's see. Patricia Muzka, I can never say that. Welcome back. Good to see you. Dolphin 517's in the house. Welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Jinxie's in the house. What's up, Jinxie? Good to see you. Welcome back. Hope you had a great vacation, dear. It's great to see you here. Thanks for joining us. Rumsey, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Thanks for being here. Jesse Lynn, welcome back. Great to have you. Kim Marin, welcome back. Good to have you. Always happy to see you guys. Always appreciate it. Lynn69, me. I see you. I didn't miss you this time, dear. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Welcome back, Ashley Nicolette. Welcome. Good to have you here. I appreciate you. Sky R31, welcome back. Good to have you here. David Clayton, I did see you, my friend. Welcome, my brother. Good to have you. Miss Carolyn Miller, good to have you, dear. Thanks for joining us today. CJ's in the house, everybody. How about that? My stream and his stream. This man is a hard worker. How about it? Welcome, brother. Good to have you. Salty Sleuth, True Crime Time. Welcome, my dear. Thanks for jumping in with us. Always appreciate you. All right. We're getting up there. And I'm going to scroll to the bottom again. Let's see. I think that is... We got the lovely Molly in the house here. Andrew White, welcome from Melbourne, Australia. Great to have you here. Another brother from down under. Haha, we love it. Yes. Miss Paula Litzen, welcome, my dear. Thanks so much for joining us today. I appreciate you. All things silver. Happy to see you as well. Thank you for joining us. me see. The higher ground, I did see you, and welcome. Good to have you here. Maria, welcome. Good to have you here. It is absolutely fascinating. KT, welcome back. Good to see you. Audrey Cakes, welcome back. Great to have you here. Jonathan Falconer, welcome. Good to see you. Miss Shelley, I love that you love my shows. I am so happy to hear that. Thank you for joining us. Claire asks, great to see you. Miss Cammie Q's in the house. I think I covered most of these. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. All right, Miss Vanessa, welcome. Good to have you here. Good to see you. Yeah, I think I might be doubling some of you guys up here. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. P. Fox, I good to see you. Miss Lisa, the lovely Miss Lisa, our sister from down under. Good to see you, my dear. Thank you so very much for joining us today. Appreciate you so much, Miss Lisa. I hope you're doing well. It's great to have you here. Welcome back, Virginia Wolf. V. Slims is in the house. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Angie H., welcome back, my dear. Thanks for joining us today. Amethyst Nor, great to see you here. Thanks for joining us. P4Ulio, yo, Dago, what's up? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I appreciate you all so very much for joining us, for being here, and for supporting this channel. Sherry K., welcome. I'm glad you're having lunch with me. I appreciate that. Is that Tabby Cat too? Welcome, Tabby Cat. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. The Karma Police are in the house, guys. Pay attention. Don't be getting in no trouble. Nobody's leaving in cuffs today. I appreciate that. Thanks for joining us, Karma. Please appreciate you so very much. All right. Oh, Miss Sophie's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Sophie. Thanks for being here. Did I get everybody? I think I may have. If I missed you, I did not do it on purpose. I promise you I did not do it on purpose. All right. I think I got everybody. And again, Miss Sarah D. Iris, good to see you. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Bema Askin 25's in the house. Good to have you. Good to see you. No, he didn't, Bama. He didn't. He did yell a little bit to catch the echo. But yeah. Oh goodness, here we go already. Miss Audrey Cakes. Thank you so very much for the first super chat. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you so much. Hi, Dago. You make this community and everyone in it better. Well, you guys do that. You guys do all that. This is your channel. This is your community. I am just lucky to be a part of it and to be able to do this stuff for you every day. That is my luck, my honor. Okay, so thank you for that, Audrey. I appreciate you so very much. More than you know. Jojo, hey, how are you? Good to see you. I think that is everyone. I do. If I missed you once again, please don't take it personally. I'm trying, guys. We got 179 amazing people in here, guys, with 85 likes. You know what I'm going to say. You know it, guys. Please leave me some DNA on that like button. Let's make those likes match so that we can get up into that algorithm and get this out there where it needs to be. Absolutely. Please. All right, Miss Lisa. Thank you so very much. Miss Sherry's in the house. Wisdom Speaks. Great to see you. Becky Schreider. Good to have you as well. Tammy Hammond. Welcome back. Oreo ice cream. Oh, my Lord. I do love me some cookies and cream ice cream. I appreciate you as well, Miss Lady Speedwell. More than you guys know. I promise you I appreciate you more than you guys appreciate me. Aunt Clara, good morning to you. So good to see you. Welcome to all of you amazing meatballs. We got a whole bunch of new members in here, guys, floating around in the sauce with us today. And today is the day that you guys get to spill the sauce, voice your opinions, thoughts, and theories. Jolene87, welcome. Good to have you here. I did get my little bit of sleep that I need every night. That's all I need. No big deal. Miss Deborah, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. And Mama Bear is in the chat. Everybody, hey, there she is. There's the mama bear. We love you, mama bear. Do not work too hard today, please. She's been putting in the hours, guys. A little too many hours, and we do miss you, as always, my dear. Yes, we do. Let me see. P Fox, I did see you. Angela, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back to all of you. All of you. You guys are amazing. The Canadian cat lady. Oh, yeah, this heat is crazy. Crazy heat, guys. That's right, higher ground. That is right. Gordon Someway, my friend. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for coming back. Appreciate you. Oh, you're off work today. Then what are you doing? Get on in here. Sneaky. What are you doing? I didn't know that. The link's there. I hope to see you. I thought you were working. That's why I didn't even think about it. Oh my goodness. Trying to sneak out on me. Mary Bedford, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Come on, Mama Bear. You got to join us now. You put the secret out there. Miss Brandy, oh my goodness. It does not matter how much it is. Thank you so very much for that, my dear. We love you so much. You are appreciated. I hope so. Thank you for saying that, Slutum. I appreciate that. Chuck, baby, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. JoJo, Katie Perrin's in the house. Great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I hope so, Sneaky. What is up with that? She was going to let me go do this all by myself and leave you guys hanging like that. How about that one? What's up, Sandy Dennis? Good to see you. Little Red Riding Hood hiding in here from that big bad wolf. Great to have you here. Thanks for joining us. We do appreciate you. On my way. Okay. How about that one? Sneaky. She was like, I'm getting out of everything today. I'm not going to work. I ain't going to Dagos. I ain't doing nothing. I'm just hanging out, minding my business, leaving everything alone. Leave me alone until she come in and said hi and got caught. You got caught up in it, mama. It's all good. I'm just teasing you. We love our mama bear, that's for sure. I'm telling you, regardless of what goes on, I think things do run smoother when she's here. I don't know if it's just in my head, but they do. There she is, Princess Chelly's in the house. Good to see you. No worries about being late, my dear. Never, ever. Nobody ever has to apologize for that, ever. You are not late. You were just not here when we started. So there it is. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Miss Brandy. Once again, everybody does know this at this point because I talk about it all the time, sadly. This channel is 100% crowdfunded, folks, which means that I survive on donations sent in to support the channel based on what I get through my Venmo, PayPal, and my Cash App. There are the links there, guys. The super chats, super stickers, and all that are absolutely amazing, and I love it. I appreciate you for it. I will get those next month. Those do not take us through this month, though. So anybody that donates anything to these three links, I do appreciate that so very much because that helps this channel to survive and keep coming to you guys every single solitary day because that is what I love to do. I love to hang with you guys, talk about what we talk about, and just be here. I appreciate that so very much. That's right, Casey. I'm not late. The bell just rang early. That is absolutely it. So once again, for those of you that have and do support that, guys, I appreciate you so very much for that. Again, thank you, Miss Brandy. You are appreciated. The naked man was not naked, but was wearing a flesh-colored nylon military base layer clothing. That is interesting to hear, Rumsey. I appreciate that. Anina B, good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. Come on in here. And who do we have here?
Hi.
Mm-hmm. You tried it, didn't you?
Lorelai said, "Are you going to go live?" I said, "I don't know. I'm going to lurk for a little bit and see what happens."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I thought I said, were you supposed to be off today, or did you get the day off after the fact?
It's Thursday, so I'm off.
Okay, I'm losing days.
Yeah, I know you are. what you get for hopping streams after stream.
Thank you so very much, Tabby Cat. I appreciate you. Are you lecturing me right now?
No.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Up till 2 a.m.
Thank you so much, Tabby. Listen, I get 4 hours of sleep a night, okay? Regularly. What else can I expect, you know? I mean, I don't know if I could function. Jane, whoa. Nene and Tien. In Tennessee. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Welcome. Good to have you. Jesus, I can't even talk now.
Hi, everybody, by the way.
Yes, the mama bear's in the house, everyone. Yeah, I was, for whatever reason, thinking that you were at work and I wasn't going to bother you because yesterday you worked how many hours?
11.
Right. That is why I wasn't going to bother her today, folks.
Yeah, 7 a.m. to 6.
Those are some good hours for a part-time job, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I know, isn't it? You got gorgeous hair. I told the first
time
I was like, Jesus, how long is your hair? I said, I'm gonna start calling you Crystal Gale. She's got real hair, guys.
It's fairly long.
Mm-hmm. Yes, beautiful hair. I've always thought that. Told her that a long time ago. Hypothetical. Yes. But yeah, I wasn't gonna bother you at all because I figured you were back at work again. And
yeah, I noticed. I was like, haven't heard from Dago. And I sent a message in Discord to Mikey and Molly. It's like, hey, has anybody heard from Dago today? They're like, oh, he's live. I was like, really? Okay.
Yeah. I thought you were working. I didn't talk so I didn't bother you last night either because I didn't want to. I know your sleep issues and
right.
11 hours. I'm like, good God, she needs to go to sleep now. You know?
Yeah, I got up at 8 and this morning, and then I think it was 10 or 10:30. I laid back down for another hour or so. But I feel better now.
You did good. Good. Yes. Yeah. Like I said, I worry about you guys. Molly with her sick self, you working all these hours, this and that. Mikey down that heat. Just saying. Brandy down there where she's at, she's got all that heat going on and crazy storms. Yeah. Good God.
Oh, she's alive.
Yes, I'm alive. Good news is my boss's surgery went well, so she's in recovery now.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yep.
So that means you'll be working more?
Just kind of depends on her recovery, so we'll just have to see how she does with it.
She's in my thoughts and prayers, that's for sure. Hopefully she recovers well and quick.
Yeah, well, we had a lady come into the store yesterday that told her, she said, Kim, you'll be fine, no problem. She had 9 rods put in her spine. And she came walking in the store. I mean, she had a cane, but
God, that's crazy.
And they were only going to put 1 rod in Kim's spine. So
see, they wanted to do that to me. I will not do it. I will not. I won't do it. I'm just not.
Well, she already had it done. Well, she had the back surgery done once before, and they put in 2 pins. This time they were putting in 4, but it's still slipping and it's about to pinch her spinal cord. So
yeah. I've been told that I need to be careful because this and that, and this. I just don't. I've seen too many people be ruined from the surgery. I'll deal with what I deal with every day. I've been dealing with it for years. It is what it is. Candy Girl, good to see you. Love Life, good to see you as well. Thanks for joining us. I'd like to know your thoughts about shower curtain. Maybe cover his car with it. I don't know about that one, Love Life. We can talk about that. That's what we're doing today. By the way, we have a new member of the team, Mama Bear, Mrs. M. Finally, I made her a moderator.
Yay! We should have made her a moderator a long time ago.
I know that. I think she's much more deserving than she should have. Like you said, she should have had it months ago. So
yeah. Well, congratulations, Mrs. M. It is well deserved.
And we definitely need her.
Yeah.
You know that. So, Laughing Stock, welcome. Good to have you. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. I hope you guys are all having a great day. Anybody that's dealing with heat, like Princess Chelly, 102 in Austin, Texas, guys. Ouch.
Oh, thank you.
It was 97 here With the heat index, it was 103. It wasn't real deal, but for Ohio, that's crazy hot, folks. Okay. The humidity wasn't as bad yesterday. Now the day before, I opened the door and it like tried to breathe, and it was like I was underwater. That's how bad it was. So please, guys, if you will, and if you are in a hot place, take care of yourselves, hydrate yourselves, stay out of the heat if you have a choice. I don't want to hear about none of you guys dropping from heat stroke or any kind of stuff like that. You guys got to take care of yourselves in this weather. Please do. I don't want to worry about you guys. Yeah, Brandy, temp here is 84, real feels 93, and Arkansas gets a lot of humidity, guys. It's bad down there. So yes. Please drink that water, Gatorade, Powerade, whatever you got. All right, Clara, I understand completely. I've seen too many people that have had issues from it. So D. Smith, I faint in hot weather, but you stay out of it. You stay out of it. 99 heat index, 105 South Carolina. I'm telling you, it's crazy. I do not like summer, guys. I hate summer. I thrive in the fall. I love the fall. I love early. Yeah, me too. Early spring, I love it. I do. That's why we do not. What's up, Natalie B? Good to see you, dear. We don't live in Alabama where the rest of the family is down there with her family because of that. I can't handle it. I don't like it. I can't do it. There he is on a mic. Mikey, my brother, what's up? What is with the tears, bro? What's going on? What's up?
Maybe it's sweat.
Are you sweating, bro? I bet you are. Florida, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Sunny.
Right now it says here it's 79 degrees with a heat index of 87.
Where?
Here.
Oh, that's not bad. I would take that anytime.
71% humidity.
Yeah, it is. That's what we get, some bad humidity between because me and Mama Bear are neighbors, guys. She's right above me. Hell yeah, just left my last. And see, Mikey, you got the job though, bro. If you need to, you can just jump in somewhere, cool off, and you're done. You know what I'm saying? That would be. You got to work outside. That's the job, bro.
Right. Just take a dive in somebody's pool real quick, and then.
Family and drama, I got you, Dago. Upright Tabby, good to have you here. Scotty Dog Music, good to see you. 90 in Clearwater, Florida. Hey. Whew. 99% humidity here. But see, that's what we get sometimes, and it's just. I live in like a rural country area, okay? So like I have like a dry pond or dry lake behind my house. It used to be part of the river, and they dammed it off, and it's just a swampy area now down this hill. And then I got all these reeds and crap back through there, and I have trees all the way around me. So when you walk out the door and you smell humidity or you can smell moisture, yeah. I'm good. I am good.
Well, see, and that's the thing with, I don't know about Ohio, but I'm pretty sure it's the same. Like right now, it's only 1 o'clock, so we haven't even reached our top temp until between 3 and 5. And
do you remember when back in the day, like noon was when it was like, and it's like 5 o'clock now? You know, that's so weird. So weird.
Shelly was saying that the other day.
Well, Shelly, you're near Youngstown. We're real close then. Wow. Good to have you.
You're really neighbors.
Seriously, like we could have lunch. Good to know. S. Zena whoa. Okay, let's try that again. S. Zena Zram. I think I said that right. I hope I said that right. Welcome. Good to have you here. 94 with 115 real feel here in Allen, Texas. You guys in Texas, God bless you. That's all I can say. I don't know how you guys survived down there. I just couldn't do it.
I think I'm going to go to San Diego with, who was it? It was in San Diego. Where are they at?
Sarah with an H. Good to have you. Albany, New York is boiling too. I'll bet it is. 84. Molly. Of course, Molly's cooler than we are. 44% humidity. Idaho, never. I swear to God, the hottest. Idaho. Well, I don't know. Rory was up in Moscow yesterday walking around for his live stream. He said it was pretty hot there. It was 87, but he was sweating his brains out walking through there. So, if you want a real treat, I can come up and sing you all a song. Hey, do your thing, bro. Whatever you want to do. Or ma'am. Sorry.
I'm gonna go to San Diego with sunny days.
Yeah,
Been in the
60 here
60s.
north of Santa Barbara. Oh wow, 87% humidity. Usually it's us with the heat, but it sucks we don't get fall anymore because of the hot. Oh yeah, Cali's like that. I've heard. That's crazy. Santa Barbara. That's up around near. Isn't that up around near Beverly Hills? I think. Or no, or I don't know.
I don't know.
Aunt Clara, how close are you to Beverly Hills and Santa Barbara? I don't know. I know where LA is. That's about it. And you wonder why I stay in Idaho. We'll get 80, 90, but never get there. Well, yeah, but that's a sacrifice for everything else that goes on out there. You know what I mean?
Right.
I need to be in my hometown in Finland. It's rainy and 61 right now. So happy. By the way, welcome, Reverend Cynthia. Good to have you. Rach, good to have you. Vincent Cook, good to see you. Yeah, that is definitely interesting. We can talk about that too, Vincent, if you'd like to. Definitely. So that's what we're doing today. We are hearing your thoughts. Mostly the main topic today, guys, again, is open panel, open discussion in regards to the Veritas Aquatis footage that was put out. Me and CJ and quite a few other creators have been tearing it apart for days, 3 days now. Okay. And we really, we've been hammering it. Like, I'm burnt out. You know what I'm saying? I am burnt out, and not quite yet, Scotty. I got a couple things to do, and then I'll start bringing people up. But I will here shortly. I promise you. My daughter just moved to San Diego. She said it's in the 70s and perfect. I've heard that too. Cali should be hotter than anything, but it's not right now. What was I going to say? Take Molly's thing down. Yeah, I feel completely sorry for anybody in Texas. I really do. Thank you again, Miss Brandy. I appreciate that. Carolyn Coeur d'Alene is magnificent. Yes. Dago rest. I will. Don't worry, guys.
He will this weekend because his wife will put him on SmackDown.
Yeah, CJ, I agree with you. I feel like I got mashed potatoes floating around in my head sometimes. We've just been hammering it hardcore, hours upon hours upon hours. It is what it is, guys. We got to do what we got to do. Susan Gardner, good to see you. Got to do what we got to do to figure these things out. I know I haven't seen Eddie either. I hope he's okay. It's been a while.
He was in here the other day when I was on. What was that? Let's see.
There's a new video out at the dumpster. What is the dumpster? I'm in Texas. Cowboy. Imagine that. Cowboys in Texas. What's going on? I haven't heard. No, I'm just saying I feel sorry for you guys because of the heat down there, Cowboy. It's crazy. It is crazy. Let me see something here. All right.
Yeah, Molly has a video of the dumpster on her channel.
She has what?
She has a video of the dumpster video on her channel.
Oh, Molly Drake. For those of you guys that don't know it, if we can drop a link for that, please. I haven't been able to do that a lot lately. A lot of my moderators and as other people in here, they do have their channels, guys, and we need to subscribe to these channels because they're hard workers too, guys. Just because they're always in here, they have their own things too, and they definitely, you need to show the love over there too if we can. Which one is it?
She's like, I do. I'm like, I'm pretty sure that's the one I watched this morning. Hold on.
Oh, it's all right, Cowboy. No worries, brother. I'm sorry that I said it like that. She said, don't have it up yet. Okay. No worries.
Oh, what the heck did I watch? Whose did I watch this morning then?
What are we talking about with the dumpster? What dumpster?
I don't know. You've been following us for 3 days.
Let's see. Marina Girl says Veritas. There's nothing new, though, because the one that we looked at, me and CJ looked at this morning already, because, of course, I was over there already this morning. Start your day off with it, and you end your day with it. Yeah, it says 19 hours ago. It's a 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. enhanced, but we've already seen that. We were watching that yesterday or the day before, I think.
Well, I wasn't here yesterday because I worked 11 hours.
Oh, yeah, no, you're fine.
No. Just kidding.
One of these days I'm gonna get together with Harsh. I like Harsh, and I'd love to do a panel with him. I really think we would do well together. What I want to do, Lana was talking about, I don't know how serious she is, but what I want to do one of these days is I'd love to get a panel together with me and Harsh, CJ, Daniel, or both of them, the boys from Buzzed. I need to get over there and see them too. I haven't been able to lately. Maybe Sleuthy, Jules, all of us together on one panel, just a one big panel, and just tear it up one night. I'd love to do that. I think that would be amazing to have all of our minds out there together, bouncing back and forth and seeing what's going on. You know what I mean? I think that would be great. It's another one?
Oh no, it was the one Mikey told me about. I got you, Mikey. I'm with it now. It's Power Puffs.
Oh, CJ said something about that this morning.
It's only like 48 seconds. I knew I watched one. Thanks, Mikey.
It's just called, Mikey. Thank you, brother. Power Puffs, huh? I'll say when
he was telling me about it, and I was like, okay, I'll make sure I watch it.
Thank you so much, Nene. Nene, can you Nene? How's that dance go? Do the Nene.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Is it called Power Puff?
Power Puffs.
The only thing that comes up is the damn Powerpuff Girls cartoon when I type that in, so I can't find it.
Yeah.
We're not gonna watch You guys want to watch Powerpuff Girls cartoons today? We can do that. It's up to you guys. Sregos, Audrey Case.
Yeah, let's just do it this way.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up here if I can find the damn thing. Does anybody have Watch Me Whip? There it is. That's the song. Yes.
There we go.
KT. Now Watch Me Whip. Whoa. How did you find it?
Because I already watched it this morning, so I just went to my library and pulled it up.
All right, then. Fine. Whatever. And I forgot you can do all these things now, so,
Yeah.
All right, what are we seeing here? You're in control of this, so you got to do it.
All right, so here's the dumpster.
Okay, that's the dumpster.
Here's the car.
And this is Linda Lane again.
Yep.
Wait a minute, though. Okay, these are the two apartments over here, right? In the middle?
Right here? Or over here?
Over there in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this is where we saw the video initially from. Where the hell is this camera at? I thought we looked at everything, CJ. What the hell?
See, Mikey said, Firefly put it in Discord this morning.
Thank you, Firefly.
Hello, Mandy Joe.
There she is. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for days, Mandy Joe. Days on days, girl. Where you been? I don't know why I'm talking like that. Don't ask me. All right, so is this an actual video or is it just a still shot?
Hold on. I'm working on it.
Oh, what was that?
Back it up a little bit.
You got Dirk.
All right, Dirk.
You got Dirk, Mandy Joe. Hi, y'all. We did. I thought so too, but I didn't see this, CJ. You have to turn that down. Tammy Lynn, hi from Taiwan. We got another Taiwaner in here. Well, what video is this? Great job. Absolutely. Let me see here. Oh, there goes the car we found. Finally. Wait, where did it just turn out of? Was it parked here?
No, it came down the street, remember?
It came up through here. It went down that way. Okay, sorry. Is there an audio on this too or no? Probably not. I don't think it'll matter. Are you driving backwards? That's really cool. Okay, so this is the turnaround video, right? This is this. Is there? There's no. Why is there no timestamp on? Oh, there it is at the bottom. Okay, 12:44 a.m. Interesting. Now this is the vehicle that me and CJ were watching all those other videos. Heard this car throughout every one of those videos. That was it, huh?
Yeah, it was just like.
Can you play that one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah. I don't know why that was so high pitched, but.
Squeaker.
I know, it's weird.
All right, so this is the very beginning.
Yep.
All right, so it looks like it's coming from that way up here. Turns around. What is going on back in here? This is almost, they're looking for something or somebody, right? That's my thought. And I do believe that this is the Mercedes, the car we found out or figured out what it was. It's a Mercedes. I can't remember the exact class 250 or something like that. Yeah, I'm curious to see. This is at 12:45, 12:44 in the morning. Thank you for that. Interesting.
You're very welcome.
Interesting. Casually moving for a few weeks from now. Affecting my domestication skills. Uh-oh. Well, it's okay. Or a BMW. Thank you, Mikey. Yeah, it's a BMW. God. Sorry, guys. It is a BMW, folks. Yeah, that's the one. C-Class. That's right. That's the video that Lena had initially, where she was trying to break down that and figure out what it was. So
CJ sent you a screenshot of the camera.
It is a screenshot. Where'd you put it at, buddy? Email or where? Looks like I can miss a few hours and like right back up. Yes. Yeah, I was trying to. I had a moderator meeting yesterday. I think it was. I just was looking for you to try to throw you in there, but that's okay. We had a little incident yesterday, as Rory calls it now, doing a dago. I'm gonna throw a day, or what did he call it? I'm gonna throw a dago or something like that. It's okay, but whatever. Yeah, when I flipped out yesterday.
Oh.
I'm gonna pull a dago. That's what it was. I'm gonna pull a dago. I'm like, oh, all right. I'm glad I have that classification now. So
CJ said email.
I got it. I see it there. Thank you, buddy. You're welcome to jump up here, bud. Whenever you're ready. The link is pinned in the chat. If you want to, of course, you don't have to. I always enjoy having you up here. I was there. You were there? Well, I didn't see you or hear you in there.
I didn't either. I mean, I was tired, but I didn't see you there.
That's okay. As long as you heard what I was talking about, that's all that matters. Why is this not? This isn't working, CJ. What's going? Oh, there it goes. Ah, that's the camera. Okay. So this is the camera view. Pammy B, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. No worries, buddy.
I'm sorry, Cam.
Take your time. I'm sure you're just as tired as I am. There's the camera, folks, that we just saw. The camera view of that vehicle. Yesterday was beautiful. Well, thank you, Mandy. I appreciate that. I figured you would enjoy it. Steam Eterna. I figured you would. That was why I wanted you in there to hear everything I was saying. So that's the camera from what we just saw. Welcome, Yvette Herrera from California. Good to have you here. Yeah, we were talking about some things this morning. Kara Willis she tried to be on CJ's stream this morning and was struggling with her internet. Joe Lamont, good to have you. Thanks for joining us today. Yeah, this video, it kind of is irrelevant. You know what I mean? Because I can't, unless we can link it to this case somehow, I don't see what the relevance is. You know, now I did say that. Gotcha. All right, CJ. Thank you, bro. Um, yes, I know. I know Mandy loves it when I drop the F-bomb, so
Yeah.
it is what it is. I think she likes it. There he is. There's my Stevie Irwin. Lego my Dago. I love that. That cracks me up. Cracks me up. Danger zones in the house. What's up? That's right. That is right. All right, all right. Yeah, unless we can figure out how this links to this case, it is kind of irrelevant, folks. You know what I'm saying? So what is it? Is this the white car that everybody thought was the Elantra? I don't know. We don't know. You know, and I guess that's what the question of the day is in my sense, but I don't know. I don't know. Look at the front or the font and the name of this camera. It's consistent with LL1 camera we've been watching. Ah, it says Google on the picture I see. Yeah, but they're all obviously linked together, in my opinion. Phidippus Audix. Yeah, that's another Dina. I agree with you. That's another Gina Marie. Good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so if there's a video that, yeah, I want to see the SUV arriving. I agree with you. That's why I said I'd like to see one from 12 to 1, if there is one out there. Because that SUV, we watched 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. That SUV was there the whole time until 420 something. What was going on? Why was it there so long? Who is it? Why did somebody run up to the vehicle, jump in it, and take off? Yeah, I agree with that one, Mandy. That is that's a fact. We are almost FBI certified as vehicle experts, and we should be by the end of this, I'm sure. Sarah, good to have you. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Tracy's mentioned a couple times that she emailed you about someone else's live. I'm not going to say the name. About the Elantra.
What's up, Matt? Wisdom Speaks. Tell him I emailed him now about. Oh, yeah. I don't really. I'll look real quick. 1 second here. Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate you, dear. Any one of you guys with all the emails and stuff, I do appreciate you guys so very much. If this is on there, I don't know if I want to.
Right.
Let me see.
People jumped on me like, Brad, it wasn't snowing, and it.
Yeah.
That's interesting, though. How did you do that? Wow.
Mm.
Wow. Wait a minute. So, however this was done, whatever, this is why we need to get this software, guys, so that we can clean these videos up. You can very clearly see. But again, thank you, Tracy. I'm looking at this here. You know, I don't want to.
Yeah.
Regardless of what I feel or that person, these other creators feel about me, I will not disrespect them and put their stuff out or show their stuff without them allowing it or wanting me to. That's just not who I am, guys. But I mean, that does match up, and that it's almost like the video was turned to sepia, and you can see it way better. It brightens it up and this and that. So I gotta get into this software. I really do. Period. Thank you for that, Tracy. That's interesting. You can tell he did a good job. I gotta give him props on this. I really do. Or whoever he had do this, or if he did this himself, he probably did himself because I know he's talked about having software before.
He has that music stuff too,
Yeah,
so I'm
right.
sure.
He overlaid what looks like an Elantra to the 2015 Elantra over top of that white car that we see pull into the parking lot at is it 4:05 a.m. it matches right up. And Daniel even said, it looks like an Elantra. I agreed with that too. So I'm guessing that this car, that other car we've looked at, the BMW, is not this car. So there's that. That is handled. So I do have to say that, as much as it's going to hurt some of you guys. Great job with that, Rev. That's good work there. I gotta give props where props are due, bro. You know what I'm saying? I need to get me some software like this to do these things. It would work with a lot of cars. Well, if you guys haven't seen this, obviously I'm not going to show it to you because that's disrespectful, but go check it out. If he's got it up, look at it, guys. Now, obviously not right this moment, but it definitely matches. It's hard to see the car completely, but he overlaid a 2015 Elantra on top of it, and it does match. It fits right on top of it. So it's just hard because of the fence and the trees to see the full extent of the car. You know what I mean? But whatever this is that makes this look like this, I like this because it very much clears everything up. I'd like to see the same software used to clear up the SUV too.
Is that the?
Whoa!
Sorry, buddy.
Wow! Holy shit, bro! You just scared the shit out of me. Sorry.
That was awesome.
Right. I forget that she can do these things sometimes, and it's just like. Anyway, what is up, my brother? Good to have you.
Sorry, man. I thought you had.
She did. You're good, bro. Not. I mean, you just scared the death out of me.
Next time, I'm gonna remember that. I'm
You're right. Damn. Wow.
Did you guys hear that?
You're lucky you didn't have I didn't have my camera on. That would have been crazy because I'd jumped out of my chair.
That would have been even better if your camera was on.
Which footage are you talking about? The one with the Jeep SUV?
It's the one before that. It is the 4:05 a.m. version of it where we see the white car pull in and then back out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, T-Rev.
Yeah, the one that did all that crazy 3-point shit or whatever.
Yeah. T-Rev.
Really?
Yeah, he did something with it, and it changed it around, and it looks like that sepia type look, and you can see pretty clear.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty badass. Like whatever he's using, I'd love to get my hands on some of that because I'm telling you, if you could use this on the SUV video, it would completely clarify it, in my opinion. Yeah, I might have to leave here a minute to go change my panties, folks, because that.
Sorry.
that was wrong. Sorry. I wasn't looking. I don't want to do that, CJ, because of certain other issues. But I mean, you can go. I can. You can look at it yourself through here, maybe, but I don't want to. There's reasons. I think you know what I'm talking about. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Just to be safe, things
sepia,
like that.
Huh?
That's what it looks like. You know how sepia is kind of like it's not black and white, but it's got like a reddish tint to it. That's what he did to it, and bam! I was just like shit. And then he overlaid a 2015 Elantra on top of the car as it's pulling in and out, and it does kind of match up, bro. You can't fully see the car as it's backing out because of the trees and the fence, but it lines up. And I'm telling you right now, guys, if that's an Elantra, it's got some really dark tinted windows. And I've seen a car. You can't see that, sadly. No. But I've seen a white Elantra that has really dark tinted windows. I'm not going to get into who it belongs to right now. Yeah, if that's possible, then that's what you should do, bro. Honestly.
There's Eddie.
There he is.
I think I think the PCA does mention window
okay.
lane, right? I'm pretty sure it does.
I think
yeah.
You're all right, Eddie. No worries, brother. KL Wingate, welcome. It says that they think Jeff is the one that did it. So Jeff might have been the one that did the work on this. I remember Jeff saying something about having some kind of software or some program.
Yeah, he's got the music stuff, background stuff too. So
yeah. Legendary CEO, good to see you. Whoever did this, I got to give you props. You did good work on this. It really changes the look of it. Whether it was Rev, Jeff, whoever did it, good work, guys. Yeah, it looks great. Jennifer S., good to see you. Did you show the white car with the sunroof video? Yeah, we watched that, Heather, just a few minutes ago. Welcome, Heather. Good to have you here, sis. Jojo, good to see you.
Walenta.
Heather Nay, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Gina Marie, I've seen you already. Evo Girl, good morning. Good to see you. Bonnie Anderson, welcome. The video I'm talking about, I have been told is it's on T-Rev's channel, guys. It's called Idaho 4 Linda Lane, third leaked footage and more live calls. Like I said, you guys are welcome to check it out. Joanne, good to see you. Yeah, that is a good point, Joanne. Let me see if I can see that. Hold on here.
I'm just seeing Walenta.
Looks like a 2-door. Yeah, it's a 2-door. The car that he overlaid with it is a 2015 Elantra, but it's a 2-door Elantra. What does Koberger have? A 2 or a 4-door? Welcome, Dad Tutro. Good to see you. My question is the sound that the car makes because it's stock Elantra. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. Now here's the thing though. In that video, you can't see the sunroof on. Sorry, Bad Wolf. Good to see you. Say wow. Good to see you too. Yeah, that's what they're saying, that Jeff did the overlay. Like I said, good job, Jeff. If you're listening, you did a good work on it, bro.
See, when you put your efforts towards positivity, look at this thing. Look what can happen.
absolutely.
You put all that effort into that.
Been saying that forever. I've been saying that forever. There doesn't need to be any negativity or any kind of negative stuff.
It's all energy. You know what I'm saying?
It is. So taking ways.
We all focus it on positive. How can we all lose? We all
now, that video, when we were watching it, we didn't hear any kind of a grumble in that car that pulled in, that white one, okay? But we did hear, we listened to it all night long in those videos, some kind of a car going back and forth that had like a racing motor in it, in a sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or a muffler.
Yeah. I mean, if Jeff has a channel and he put it up, you guys might be able to find it there. I don't know if he did or if he didn't. Good to see you, American Princess. Brat's in the house. Beyond the BS. Good to have you here, dear. Thanks for joining us. So, nothing half asked. Every time I say that name, I always sound like I'm saying nothing half asked. I don't want to say it like that. So, good to see you, Brat. Welcome, Marie Winkler. Good to see you here today. Thank you guys for joining us. We got 331 awesome peeps in here. And we did break 100 likes. I got a slow chat. I can see it already. So we're out in that algorithm now, everybody. Yes, we are. Hold on a minute here. Slow chat to 30 seconds. Let's see how that works. So, like I said, today's the day, guys. I want to hear your opinions on this. Your thoughts, your theories, whatever you think on it, guys. I want to hear about it. That's what this is about. And of course, we can talk.
Willow said that Koberger's car is a 4-door, which is what I thought too.
That's what I thought too. I just wasn't sure. I couldn't remember because we've been talking about.
Brains are mush right now. Yeah.
Mashed potatoes. I can't clarify too many things at this moment. I'll get with it here in a minute.
Right. 4-door.
Bro, I've been saying that for like 4 hours now.
I mean, we've been going. I asked CJ last night. I said, out of 48 hours, 2 full days, I think we've been live together, separately combined, at least 40 of those 48 hours. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I don't doubt it.
I'm serious. It is what it is.
All week, really.
Yeah. This is what happens. It's CJ's fault. He took vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
It's your fault, bro. You know what I mean?
I'm just trying to live out my dream for the distant
Yes.
future, you know. I'm like, I gotta do these day lives, man. I miss
Yeah.
it. I need
It's
it one day.
Yes, Mudman, good to see you. It is what it is. We gotta do what we gotta do to do these things. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, anybody that would like to jump up here and express your feelings, thoughts, your theories, anything about this, let's do this, everyone. Let's do it. Number 12 is in the house. Good to see you. It is a 4-door. Yes, that's correct. Alrighty, CJ. Thank you, my friend. What am I here? Let me see. The link is pinned in the chat for those of you that didn't know that. I already got it, Miss Heather, because I know Heather would tell me to do it if I didn't. Trying to make my life easier. Peppermint tea, interesting. Good to see you. That's a new name. Welcome.
Sounds yummy.
Lil, yeah, it does. Lil Heart Oak. Good to have you here. Welcome. Mush, just like you said, mush. My brains are like oatmeal today.
Yeah.
Isn't that how you described the picture of the front of the car last night? It was like the headlights were like mushed out.
Yeah. See,
saying.
I don't know, man. I keep looking at that right front headlight, man, and it's just telling me that image is skewed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's definitely and that's why it's so blurred like it is. That I wondered, and I didn't even think about it till CJ said that they take a picture of. I thought it was through a window. Okay, it wasn't. It was a picture of a monitor that somebody had. I don't know.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah,
I
so
don't.
it would be.
It
Yeah.
completely screws up the view on the picture, and that's why I've never liked that picture. Never.
Yeah. No.
And I pulled up the car that my neighbor owns that looked a lot like it to me, which was a Tesla. And it does kind of match a little, but like he's saying, the headlights are off and the slope to the front. So, Eddie, yeah, we can do that, bud. Let me, thoughts, Dago, Jennifer, Chokengagger, Linda
Like
Lane.
a smush faced puppy. That's right, Mikey. I remember that.
Right. Sorry. I mean, they are cute. I'm just gonna say that.
That's understandable, Dean. I can understand that, but the only thing I have a worry with, the white car maybe isn't okay, but that the SUV, the way that all goes down, that's very suspicious to me. Okay, and that's the issue I have with it. So, yeah, Eddie, you can call, bro, if you want. Anybody else that wants to talk about it, I prefer to do somebody up on panel because it's better. But if you need to call, you're welcome to do that. There's the number. And again, thank you guys all yesterday that posted birthday wishes for Xana, Xanapalooza, and all that stuff. It is appreciated. Yesterday was her 21st birthday in heaven, and a very sad day for a lot of people. So, anybody that posted that to celebrate, I do appreciate that, guys. And you guys are amazing that did that.
Hey, Heather.
Heather. What's up, sis? Seema Turner. I keep wanting to say Slima Turner. Seema Turner. You think?
Did we ever look into the Elantra in Oregon that was wrecked?
The only thing that we know about that vehicle, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that at one point it was owned by Dan Estes, the person that owns the house, the King Road house.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only info I have on that. Is there any more to that you know of, CJ, or no?
I just always thought it was. I think they came out. That's before they were looking for Koberger, and I think when they switched, I think they were thinking that was something to do with it, and that's why they assembled that crew and hurried up and went over there. But I think they quickly realized it was a dead end, and then that's when they transitioned to BK. Yeah.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
I think we all.
My brain's mush though.
Yeah, it's oatmeal.
Yeah.
It's plain oatmeal too. It's not even the flavored kind,
That's okay.
peaches and cream would be great or something, but it's just plain oatmeal. That's where I'm at with it. I don't know. Don't even ask me. I don't even know what the hell I'm talking about right now. So
It is odd though how it was kind of left on the side of the road and somebody dipped like they couldn't read a VIN number.
yeah, I know. I
It's like,
agree
why
with
are
that.
you dipping?
Mhm.
VIN number.
If several people were involved, could they have been using a few Elantras to do different things in the area? You know?
Did you switch your phone over? Eddie can call.
Hold on, Eddie. Hold on. 1 second. Mush. That's all I can say is mush. He hit it right on the head with that one. I'm calling back, Eddie, if this is you. I think. Might be. Turn that down.
These are the worst boards I've
Vaguely remember seeing.
Hello? All right. I did get the right number. All right, buddy. Can you turn your volume up on it or get loud? That's the problem we're going to have with this.
Yeah, I'll try to be as loud as I can. How does it come across on your end?
I don't know. Can you guys hear what's up, Rory?
Kinda, yeah.
Kinda. It's
Yeah,
low, but we can hear him.
Yeah, I don't want you to have to scream into your phone, but it's kind of low, buddy. I don't know what it is.
There's no volume control, on my end of it. So,
Okay. I have you blasted on my phone.
okay. So it's been a while since we spoke.
Yes.
A lot has changed.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't had time to follow the security camera at those apartments
Yeah.
much.
Right.
Kind of getting bits and pieces of it. I know, probably for every 1 hour I've been able to pick up a little bit here and there. I think you all have about 20 hours.
We got quite a bit, yes. We've been spending a lot of time on it.
I have just a basic understanding of some of the audio and the visual of it, but I'm going to break you away from all the cars and all the the white car and the black truck.
Yeah, that's fine.
For about 5 minutes.
That is absolutely fine, my friend. I'm always interested in hearing what you have to say.
Well, on a side note, as you're aware, me and No Chain are online boyfriend girlfriend.
Oh, well, congratulations, my friend.
Well, it's a surprise to me. I'm not sure if she's teasing me, but
Well, congratulations to you both.
I'm honored. I'll take it.
Absolutely. Change is an awesome lady. She's very intelligent, just very informative and everything. And personality-wise, she just seems awesome to me. So congratulations, buddy. And I hope everything is good for both of you guys.
So, yeah, while you guys hand off, take it. Don't even think of it.
Yeah, there you go. She's taken, folks. She's taken.
So, but I want to talk to you. Last time, I think was the last time we spoke. I kind of invited you to do a little exploring, if you will, on what it would look like if we try to put Brian Colberter in that house.
Right.
And it's about using each other like a soundboard, and is that does it make sense, or do we have to define what we're thinking and all of that? So at this point, and I caught you on Rory. I caught you of that 3-hour live of Rory's. I think I caught about 20 minutes of it, but it was at the point where you kind of threw in your theory about where they worked at the diner that was.
Oh, yeah.
The
The Mad Greek, yeah.
So I understand what you're saying there, and that to me sounds kind of like your idea about that is like Brian Koberger could be on the good side of this.
Yeah, oh yeah, yes.
And am I right in sensing that? Like he is trying to help them out with like a true crime type of thing, and he's like, yeah, I kind of know.
Yes, sir.
And so that's how he got involved, not as a bad person, but as a good person.
That was my theory. Yeah, one of my theories. Absolutely, that was my thought on that.
Yeah, and that's a week or two ago when we spoke. You kind of had whoever did this in the kitchen area, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's pick up from there and talk about what that looks like. So we know it can't be just one person.
Right.
Okay, so there's two people minimum. We'll just start with two because that's going to be the easiest.
Sounds right to me.
Do we get the name? Do we just say that? Do we say that they're familiar with the people in the house, or are they unfamiliar?
I believe they're familiar. I believe they're all familiar.
They're familiar. Okay, so likely it's not Brian Koberger. Well, if there's two people and we're trying to make one be Brian Koberger, then we'll say one's familiar, one's not familiar.
Okay.
So, I'm trying to tie this in with what Annie Potts said. Maybe it was a week ago, where if they're going to put in the PCA, they're not going to. They're going to try. They're not going to say that there's two people involved. They're putting this on Brian Koberger, and if he has an accomplice, they're not going to say that in the PCA as to give away the fact that they know that and to show their hand. So, do you remember Annie Potts saying that?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay. So most people, you and I know what we're talking about. I think most people know kind of what we're talking about there.
Yes.
So let's try to run with that. So trying to make, playing devil's advocate, putting Brian Koberger in that kitchen, and he has someone else helping him. Should that person remain nameless? Let's just have that person be nameless right now.
Okay.
But that person is going to be familiar with those people in the house because that's how they got into the house.
Oh yeah.
So right there we're getting destroyed trying to make it Brian Koberger, because then what's the motive? And I know law enforcement and the prosecution really hasn't been putting any motive to this.
No.
The motive is coming out through the press. They're just trying to destroy this guy.
Oh yeah. Big time.
And that's part of it. Remember, Matt, because that's going to tie in here in just a minute.
Yes, sir.
That's not by mistake. This is by design. And someone is driving this.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I agree with that too.
So, okay, so he and someone familiar are in this house. And what is the motive? See, right there, the motive gets lost. You can't be this mad intel guy.
Yeah, I agree that he's definitely not that. In my opinion.
Is really my point, because are they both incel guys, and are they both mad and simultaneously mad at the same time?
Yeah, no, I definitely don't agree with that at all. That first of all, I've never thought that if Brian is involved in this, which I very lightly believe that he is in that sense, that he's definitely not an incel. And I don't believe any of the people involved in this are incel. That's just my opinion.
Right, in my opinion too. And I'll just add to that and put a little more emphasis on it. That's just the most bizarre.
Yes.
I mean, that's just crazy.
I
mean, if someone's going that way, you really should step back and rethink, because that just doesn't work. It doesn't work like that.
Right. No, and it's almost as if it's a narrative that was purposely, like you said, by design, put out there, and it's not working. It's not. In the very beginning, when we didn't know who Brian Koberger was, yeah, I could definitely say maybe, but now that we know who he is, no, I can't not even remotely think that there's any incel related to this.
No, that's just not the case. But go to trial, and let me interrupt myself and go ahead and say this will not go to trial. This isn't going to trial at all.
Right.
Both sides know this at this point. You and I kind of talked about this at a different call-in prior to this, and I covered that. But at any rate, if it goes to trial, they're going to have to at some point talk to the jury and address the jury about the motive. You can't just leave that unaddressed.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. I agree with you on that too.
Yeah. So who knows what the prosecution would, if they would go to trial, say what the motive is.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And that's going to be something important too, because, you know, the jury needs a motive. The jury's going to want a motive. And like you said, there hasn't been a motive really played out, you know, in this sense. I know that a lot of us have our own motives in our minds with this. I have mine. You know, most of you guys have yours too, but that is an important part of this, folks. Absolutely.
So they're in this house, whoever this is, and right now I really can't see it being Brian Colbert or with somebody else in the house, but there's two people in the house, and they're probably familiar.
Mm-hmm.
One of them at least, of the two. So now we have to kind of, let's back up and try to answer the question, how did they get into the house? How did they get into that kitchen?
You're talking about the suspect themselves. I feel they were either let in or walked in themselves.
In our minds, yeah, the suspect. How did they get into the house?
Right.
Have them in the kitchen. This is where this thing starts.
Yeah, I believe that they walked in because we do know that the doors were unlocked pretty much all the time. They either walked in or somebody let them in. And this is going to be depending on which timeline we go with and which scenario we go with, because, you know, there's new things that we've heard most recently that makes me almost wonder if there was separation with this. If there was, you know, good Lord, forgive me. Xana and Ethan may have been attacked first, and maybe the two girls walked in on this app, you know, in the end of it or during or something, or if they were all in the house together at one time, that these people basically was an ambush. Okay. It's been talked about that there was a shakedown that was supposed to go down, so on and so forth, and that it may have gotten carried away and so on. You know, that's where we end up with that. But
real briefly, what is a shakedown?
Okay, so let me think of how I can explain this. Like somebody that comes in and, you know, wants to
set something straight, like, hey, I need to talk about this.
Oh yeah, or try to take something from somebody, you know, give me your money stuff. Maybe almost, I guess you could almost classify it as a robbery in a sense, but I don't believe it to be that way. Shakedown in a sense with this, you know, it's been talked about. Drugs are talked about in this quite a bit, so on and so forth. So shakedown in this sense would be, you know, yeah, like kind of like what you said, you know, they barge in, you know, this is a scenario that went down. You need to explain this. What's the deal? Blah, blah, blah. We're going to deal with this, that kind of thing. It's hard to verbalize without having more of a insight into how the situation was and what the basis of the shakedown could have been. Okay.
I have to point out to you, it kind of works against your theory about the Mad Greek, because at the Mad Greek, Kaylee knows something and she's got some knowledge.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous to know that. And if that gets out, somebody who is much higher in society above her would be compromised, right?
No, I can agree. I can agree for sure. Like I said, it can go one of two ways. If there was something that Kaylee knew, okay, that she should have known per se, and shakedown in that sense could be, you know, maybe she was talking too much, and maybe that's not the right word for it. You know, I think that was just a word that was put in there at that point. But in ambush, as that, you're talking about things you shouldn't be talking about, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. And maybe it was just you need to keep your mouth shut, trying to scare everybody into doing that, and it got a little taken too far. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we're talking about 4 people. That's a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There's 2 different times. They were taken 2 at a time at 2 different times. That
Well, that's why I feel that there's probably 3 to 4 people involved, Eddie. Personally, I definitely feel there's 3 to 4 people involved in what went down. Okay, and I keep going back to, I have not been able to let this go. It's in my mind and it's stuck there. The walk from the corner club to the grub truck, when you hear Matt or Kaylee is madly texting something to someone, okay, which I feel it was Jack, okay, and we do know that Adam and Jack were at the club that night. We see the girls talking to Jack. We see Adam is there too. And she says, Maddie, what did you say to Adam? And she sounds kind of irritated, like, oh my God, Maddie, what did you say to Adam? And she said, I told Adam everything. Okay. I feel like that is almost the key to this, you guys, and Eddie. I feel that might be the key to this. What did she say to Adam? What did she tell him everything about? What was that? Okay. And I think based on Kaylee's, she was in her phone hardcore the rest of that night from what we saw on the grub truck video. Okay. So what happened after that, okay, is what I don't understand. But here's the other thing. We've been told multiple times that Xana and Ethan were home at midnight, right? Xana said she was at home, talked to her father, so they were watching a movie, blah, blah, blah. If that's true, they were there before the girls got there from the grub truck, okay? An hour or so more. And that's why I'm saying it's very possible that those 2 were attacked beforehand and that the other 2 may have walked into it when they come home at 1:56, I think it was.
you could walk into that and not know it, because if
Yes.
it took place in that bedroom,
Yes.
you could have 4 people in that bedroom. The door is locked.
That's right.
And when there's a male and a female behind a locked door, you just don't go being a nuisance.
That's correct.
Trying at the door, so the door being locked doesn't alert.
That's correct.
Anybody.
And if it's somebody that,
in that room, and 2 of them are still standing upright.
right.
Yeah. And then at your leisure, you can wait for the house to, quiet down, and then, go upstairs.
Yeah, right. Exactly. They could have walked in, went directly upstairs. They could have walked in, taken Murphy for a walk for a little bit and still not knowing anything's going on. Okay. And then again, we have another roommate in that house that has her own room. These people could be in that room as well. Because I feel real strong that Dylan has some involvement in this, guys. I can't let that go. Okay. Just because of everything we've seen. So she's there too. Okay. So yeah, all of that stuff can be put into place in that sense, Eddie, and it does make perfect sense.
Do we dare put a name to at least one of these multiple people in the house?
At this point, I'm not comfortable with that because I don't have, that I like to do certain things a certain way. I like to have concrete evidence on something or facts to be able to base that type of thing on.
Are you speaking for yourself personally, or would you not prefer that I?
Oh, you can do that, my friend. You can do that. Me personally is what I'm saying. I'm not ready for that yet because I'm still looking.
So, when it comes down to that, really, putting Brian Koberger in that house is a theory. That is the prosecution's theory.
Sure it is.
So if he ends up not being the one that did this, is everybody prepared to give him an apology? So we can theorize who it is, because otherwise, if we do not theorize who this could really be, how are we ever going to discover it without asking the question?
You are correct. You are absolutely correct.
shade towards Brent Kopaka.
Right.
But let's just go ahead and we're going to give one of the multiple people in the house a name. Let's just say Brent Kopaka for the moment. It's our theory.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, he's probably not familiar. He's probably going to be paid to do that.
Yeah, in some sense, I would agree with that. In some sense, there was some kind of a reimbursement for that. Yes.
Not going in there, as a curiosity or because he's bored and he needs something to occupy his time. There's a purpose for him being there.
Right.
Now, he would not be familiar with them, but somebody else that he's there with would be the one who's familiar. So, with that said, do we have them entering this house through the sliding door or the front door with a familiar person?
I believe it was the sliding door. Personally, that's me. Personally, I'm not saying that's fact, but
You know that their evening is ruined as soon as they try at that sliding door, and we can't assume it's always unlocked. We don't know that. It doesn't make sense to assume it that way. It makes you got to err on the side of caution. I mean, if you're a female living in that house, you don't really leave your doors unlocked.
right.
So is their evening ruined when they go underneath that deck? And by the way, with those Christmas lights hanging there, it's like daylight.
Oh yeah, yeah. It should be. I would think. Yes.
They try at the sliding door and it's locked. Now it's go home time, right?
Yeah.
We got to go home. It's locked. It didn't happen that night. That's too much for chance. So if they have a familiar person, why not just knock at the front door?
Or a text message or a phone call. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But at any rate, they're in the kitchen, and who do they look at in the kitchen? Is it 4 faces or 6? Sam, Haley, Bethany, and Dylan. There's 6.
Yeah.
Right? Who do they see?
Yeah, I think all of them. I think all of them at some point. Not to say that a couple of them didn't walk away. Welcome, Boone. Good to see you. When they realized the situation, I've also been told by other people that other people were there as well, possibly, that left when this situation may have, became an issue. This is Eddie on the phone, by the way, folks. I know it's hard to hear in some senses. Turn that down. My apologies. This is the way that he wanted to come in today, so we're doing our best to hear it.
Battery certainly wouldn't have been able to go this long.
No, I got you. I understand, buddy. So, yeah, I feel that they could have all been there at some point together in an area, and some people said, "Okay, I don't want nothing to do with this," or we're told to go away per se. Okay, and I think that's where Dylan and Bethany probably may have exited the area and moved on to their own rooms or whatever.
If the people that did this crime were unfamiliar, you would think that still doesn't stop them from coming in the front door.
No.
If the people are inside people, in other words, Bethany or Dylan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are correct.
So you're still getting into the front door. They will facilitate that, and then once that door is open, then whoever's coming in that door, they got it from there.
Oh, yeah. And they could have even come in the door initially, the front door. We don't know for a fact, as this is all pure speculation. Every bit of what we're talking about right now, guys, is just a speculative theory and nothing more. So, yeah, they could have come in the front door as well. So I'm just saying, I agree with you. Welcome, Kendra.
Whether they see when they go into that house 4 people or 6 people, the 4 being the deceased or the 6 being the 2, an additional 2 roommates.
Yeah.
Survive. You still have to divide them up. There were 2 different crime scenes within the house, 2 bedrooms.
Yes.
That right there alone will defeat the prosecution's argument that it's Brian Colbert alone, because that takes time. How do you, if you're Brian Colbert, set those 2 different, how do you enter into that house and confront these 4 or 6 people and then because right now you gotta understand where I'm coming from in my mind. I've discarded the whole, the way it's laid out in the PCA. That's not how it happens.
No.
So he doesn't have enough time to like put two here and say, wait, hold up for me, in this bedroom while you can't move people around like that. It's not just a single attacker.
Yes, sir.
It takes a lot of time, and that's a lot of control to do that.
Absolutely.
So it's hard to even put him in this house, even with an accomplice. I guess to come to my point.
Right. I can agree with that. Like I said, I personally, and this is my opinion alone, do not feel that Brian was ever in that house in that sense. I don't at all. Based on things that we have seen and heard and facts that have been put in different documents and stuff like that, I do not believe that he was in that house. I just don't. But that's me. Okay. And nobody has to agree with me on that. I absolutely understand.
Comes to this. So here we go. So somebody else did this and they got paid money, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
And right now they have knowledge. They are a loose end.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They don't know that they're a loose end. Now we have a state away, 10 miles, and about a month removed from this incident. And law enforcement is still diligently looking for this terrible person, right?
Yes, sir.
And supposedly you have this guy at the coffee house apartment, and he has threatened his roommate, supposedly, which, by the way, I don't believe, but let's run with it.
Right.
Okay, so, and let's just forget about the fact what kind of car he drives, because it's really not law enforcement isn't going to, corner themselves in to this, whoever it is drove a white Elantra. They're not, it doesn't work like that. More than likely, they're going to be looking, it might have been a white Elantra, but it's not going to be theirs. More likely, it's going to be a stolen, so they certainly want to find the white Elantra. It'll probably lead them to the guy who was victimized, who sold it that night, whatever.
Right.
And then ask that guy, the myriad of questions that help to, the questions that come from that. To hopefully, go a direction. But yeah, you're not boxing yourself into, it's a white Elantra guy. That's different.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So let's forget about the fact that Brett Kopacka may have owned a Elantra, but more importantly than that, they started looking for that. To be on the lookout, I believe, was the 25th of November for that Elantra.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah. So, how come they didn't come across his? They happened to come across the wrong year Elantra on 29. But
Right.
I digress. More importantly than what kind of car Brett Kopacka drove, what about the behaviorism? Because you got a guy that's here threatening his roommate. So now he's barricaded himself or whatever in his room. So this guy is more valuable to you as your, as you being a detective. You want to know from this guy something more because he might be your guy a state away.
Oh yeah.
So you want him alive, no matter what. But what
Most definitely.
We just will full force ahead and just destroy him. Just run right over him, and that's the end of him. And when it's over with him, of course, it's not. There's no association to the Moscow, Idaho crime a month before, right? Of course, it's not. There's no connection there.
Right.
Now, here's where it all comes together. If he's a loose end, no matter, let's say that he did this, you can't know that he did it because that's going to lead you to the people that you need to find to solve this crime.
Yes, correct.
That's why you can have it being Brett Kopacka, and that's why you must have it being some random guy that didn't do this.
Right.
So there's my thoughts. There's my thoughts on that.
Okay. That is good. Say the very last part you cut out there for a minute, bud. The very last part you said.
Well, so they went in and slotted Brent Kopacka, as we know, which is kind of an extreme amount of force.
Yes. Yes.
For what was happening there. So that, first of all, that's a big question mark. But if he did this crime, and this is a big cover-up, like many of us kind of think that it is, you can't. The question is, why don't the police just go ahead and say it was Brent Kopacka? And the answer is because if it's Brent Kopacka, then that leads to the real people who did this. We can't have that.
Right. Right. No. Absolutely. Absolutely. I can agree with that. I can agree with that.
He's a loose end. So we just need to, dead men don't tell tales. So we need him gone, and it's not him, and then it's the flying coburgers. So the fact that that it has to be Brian Koberger and it can't be Brent Kopacka means that there is no association between Brian Koberger and Brent Kopacka. Because let's say that they were in cahoots, and they were associates.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Conspirators. Well, if that was me or you would just say, well, you just say as much,
Yeah.
Say, I did have a hand in it. I confess. I was the getaway driver. And this 82nd Airborne dude is the one who did it. Hell, I didn't even know what was happening.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Which is why I believe, him making the statement. I can't wait to be exonerated for this. Now we don't know if this was actually ever said, but it has been said a lot. Has anybody else been arrested for this? Blah blah blah. Those statements make me want to believe, that he knows who the people are that are involved in this. Okay, so yeah.
So my belief is Brian Koberger and Brent Kopacka have never met. They don't know each other. It's because that you can't frame Brian Koberger that way. Yep, they did.
Right. Right. I can agree with that. I can absolutely, Eddie. I can respect that.
Yeah, they can have no connection. They're not associates. Brian Koberger's busy going to school. That's a lot of work. I mean,
Yeah.
What is a PhD program? 12 credits minimum, maybe more?
Oh yeah, that's a lot. It's a whole lot.
So yeah.
And hence another reason why I said that I just can't put him in a position of doing this. You're spending 10 years at the minimum, 10 years to get an education that you're going to throw down the drain to do this. It makes no sense to me. It just makes no sense to me. I'm sorry.
Lastly, is it possible that we could have Brian Kohlberger in the house with, the other helpers would be the two roommates?
Okay.
Can we work as a thought experiment? Does that work out?
She wants me to mow the freaking lawn.
I would say no, because I would think that those two surviving roommates would buckle under the pressure. I mean, they're going to be asked at some point. And there is no way, it's not just because they're female or anything like this, but I wouldn't be able to, you wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of pressure when questioned. There's just no way.
Yeah, no, I can agree with that. Absolutely, sir.
It doesn't work out. So, of all the ways that I'm trying to put them in the house, I can't successfully do it. But
right.
I'm not trying to, again, I think this is important to say, but I can't, I can't say it with Brent Kopacka, and I'm not trying to accuse Brent Kopacka, but it certainly could be.
There's possibilities. I agree with you. I don't want to say that myself, because of who he was in the situation at this point, but that doesn't mean I'm not looking into it on a daily basis. Do you know what I mean? So, and if I'll have no problem with it. If I can find some kind of concrete proof, then there's a different story. But at this point, there is nothing that I can see yet. Okay, that's all I'm saying. There's some things I've looked at with it. There's a lot of suspicions I have. Yes, I will agree with that. But I'm not gonna verbally put that out there until I can get a little more proof as to certain things. That's all.
Lastly, to put this all together,
Yes.
I mentioned early on about how the media is maligning him.
Oh yeah.
You know, again, of their ability. They're working overtime at it, and that is driven by some mechanism. And um, so I think that this is not going to go to trial. And part of the design of this is that, um, it, how do I say, the prosecution, you know, if you would say, well, Bill Thompson would be a fool. He's too smart for that. He's going to make sure that when he takes on a case like this, that's airtight. It just doesn't happen unless it is airtight. But
Right.
if ways to ensure that this gets thrown out, but it's not his fault. Like, you know, the way this is looking to me is like it's because of the law enforcement, the way they did their job, they weren't procedural, and that is what's getting the case thrown out. So that does two things. It gets Bill Thompson off clean. He's like, I tried. You know, the guy is guilty. We stand by that, but I can't help if the case is thrown out. I don't control how the police law enforcement did their, you know, investigation. They shouldn't have cut corners and did what they did.
Yeah.
So,
I agree.
Number one. And the other thing that fulfills is Brian Koberger is still guilty, and with you tie that in with the media. So he's always going to be guilty, and that's what prosecution maintains. And the media has done him in so deep that in the minds of everybody, because when this is over, the people that are split, like right now we have a split room. Some not so much on this channel because the subscribers and members and all that, they kind of follow. You're about, you know, what we say, 90% the other day when you took a poll.
Yeah, roughly.
Other channels, it'll be about 75 or 90% the other way, and it just they follow the content creator.
In some senses, yeah.
Yeah. So the room is split, so to speak. So when this is all over with and it gets thrown out, you're going to have the people that still think he's guilty are going to still argue with you that he's still guilty.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. And that's okay, you know. I think that's why it's split like it is here, because I'm innocent till proven guilty, and I'm based, you know, factual based. If you show me concrete evidence that Brian Koberger did this, and I'm like I've always said, I'm standing in line first to crucify him. But it's all about truth and justice for the real person or persons, whether it be him or not, that did this. That's what it's all about for me. Okay. And it's been that way from the very beginning. So
If the likes of me and us, you know, well, I'll just say you guys are all smarter than me, but if the likes of me can come up with this, you can pre-plan a crime like this day, a week, a month ahead of time, and know the outcome of it.
right.
It's a simple, you know, flow of if this, then this type of outcome. So if I can figure that out, this thing was figured out ahead of time. Brian Koberger will always be guilty, and regardless of who really did this, if it's Brent Kilpatrick or no, we'll never know anyway. We're never going to solve this crime. And I don't mean to be, you know, spoil the party here or to say that, because I don't think
Take your shirt off.
I don't think we're ever going to see justice for these four. That was by design.
Yeah. It could be, you know, it just, I hope that there will be. Yeah, I know, guys, you're having a really hard time hearing him. I apologize for that. It's just, his phone service and things like that coming through. So my apologies. He wouldn't have been able to come on panel because his battery doesn't last long enough to do something like that. So we're doing our best with it. But thank you, Eddie. I appreciate that thought, theory, and opinion all the way around, brother, from you. Always very insightful, informative, and all that. So yeah, I can absolutely understand, respect, and agree with you in a lot of senses that you just talked about that.
One quick question is, was I able to be heard up to a certain point?
Most of them are saying they couldn't hear a word of what you said at all, and I have it right there to where most people can hear it. It should be able to hear it. I can hear you, but most of them could not hear anything you said.
I'm hopping out, so I'll let you
All right, buddy.
get on.
Well, once again, thank you very much. Very, very informative, interesting, and always like that with you, Eddie. And I appreciate you very much for that.
Okay, I'll hop in chat.
All right, buddy. Thanks again. Bye bye. Yeah, sorry guys. My apologies. Like I said, Eddie's soft spoken to begin with. Okay, and for some reason his phone just does not have a good volume on it. So my apologies. You guys couldn't hear that. Um, it was interesting, to say the least. And he kind of follows along the same route that I do with it. Okay, from what we thought, and it's just a theory that he has, completely speculative at this point because we can't hear really most, or we really don't know most of what the rest of it is based on. So there was that. There's a few of you guys that heard it, some of you guys didn't, and my apologies for those of you that didn't. I do apologize. Welcome, Green Eyes.
Enhance the audio.
Well, I tried. I can't.
No, I'm just making a joke.
Yeah, no, I know, I get it. I tried to bring it up though the best I could. Are you here, Green Eyes?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Oh,
Welcome.
well,
Happy
here comes the non-popular opinion.
1 second. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to step away. Mama Bear, CJ are here. I'm going to step away as you start. I can still hear you in the background, but I will be right
Okay.
back. So you go ahead and do what you got to do and start talking about it. Whatever. I will be right back though.
Good
Okay.
afternoon.
Hi, CJ. Hi, Mama Bear.
Hi, Green Eyes.
Well, I'm not the popular one, the opinion, because I see it as he could do it. He could do it in the amount of time he did it. He could have been the only person in the house. And, you know, I really would like to see the FBI release some kind of what they had on him, you know, as far as, what do you call it? Where they work up a page about somebody.
They didn't keep the reports though.
No, I'm talking about like, you know, they'll look into it and give a, oh my God, my brain, it's the age, I know. But anyways, I feel he could have done it. And I don't believe he had a relationship with Kaylee. I don't believe the police framed him because there was too many law enforcement FBI on this case. And
Profile, Green Eyes.
pardon me?
A profile.
Yeah, there you go. A profile workup, you know, about the person that may have done this. I'd love to see if they did one. Because I think that this was, I know they wouldn't touch the females and the victims, but I think this is kind of an SA thing. I think that there was always been something wrong with this guy. He could be a genius, but still have some kind of something going on with him. And as we know, we had Ted Bundy, was going to law school. We had BTK. He went in and his first crime was 4 victims in one house. We had a lot of SKs and they didn't have partners. So was he trying to be something like that? Was he interested in something like that?
Like
I know
Monica?
innocent, right. I mean, I know that innocent and proven guilty, and I'm just as anxious to see all the evidence. But I want evidence. And I know everything that we need to see is under the gag order right now. And maybe it's because I like trials. I like to see everything laid out before you make a decision. But to say that this person couldn't do it, no, I don't agree at all. Because I
don't think anybody's saying that he isn't the one that did it. It's our biggest question is like, you know, maybe he was part of it. Maybe he was like the bottom man on the totem pole. Maybe he was the guy that, was the driver.
Well,
There's
I
all
don't.
sorts of different possibilities.
Well, there is possibilities, and I know, like I said, I'm not the popular one in here. Not
Like the incel, is that what
I
you're
can look at
talking
the
about
comments right now, and people are like, "I totally disagree. What is your evidence? What do you have? What do you have?" Well, what is your evidence that Kaylee had a relationship with him?
Yeah.
What
all
is your
evidence
evidence that he had 5 other people with him? What is your evidence that he couldn't have done this? I'm sorry. I'm on the other side.
Nobody, I don't,
You
I'm
know,
not even
and
saying what you're
And that's
saying
okay.
isn't true. Yeah.
right.
I'm
And
not even
because
saying that,
I have to look at this in the law situation. I have to understand that there was so many law enforcement and federal agents on this case, that more than Delphi, more than anybody. And I have to, you can't just pick somebody out of a crowd and say, well, okay, we're gonna frame this guy. I've heard the framing. I've even watched the videos. I watched the Jeep guy run to his car in 28-degree weather, and everybody's calling him, oh, he had something to do with this. Seriously, he's probably going to work. I mean, you have to.
not on my channel.
Well, I'm glad, CJ.
We're about exploring all possibilities.
Well, I agree, but we have
what
to.
I mean?
We have to narrow.
Something
Even if
has
I'm
to make
wrong,
sense, whatever it is.
right?
Something.
Tomorrow they could say we're dropping all charges against BK, and we found the real killers. Okay, I would eat my words.
Right.
I would come in and apologize, but I will not say he's unable to do this. I will not say that he wasn't alone. Oh, he couldn't have done this alone. I mean, there's no way. He could have had 2 knives, left the sheaf of one behind. He could have. They were drinking that night.
We could have shows for days on the possibilities until we actually have the trial, or any more documents get released.
Correct.
Right.
So I have to go by what we know, and lack of evidence. And from what I got from the documents that she released, she said lack of evidence. She's going by. Well, lack doesn't mean nothing.
No, to them it does, because they're supposed to have all of the evidence that we don't even get. So to them it does. But
that's their defense. That's their defense, and you don't know if it's, that's what I'm saying. The court is where we'll get everything.
Right. When these documents get released, yeah. But
everything. That's
all we are is going off the documents. We're going off the PCA.
Well,
we're going off of these different documents that are, and then when you look at what makes sense and what doesn't make sense off of the documents that we are getting, that's where we come up with our questions, our thoughts, and our theories and possibilities.
Correct.
Right.
I totally agree. I am for going to trials. I mean, going and watching the trial and all that, and then making a final decision. But
we don't want an innocent man going to jail, and we don't want a guilty man being set free. That's all.
Correct. I get it, but I'm not going to make up and ruin people's lives like the Jeep guy, put them all over the freaking YouTube. Oh, he had something to do with it, or her boyfriend had something to do with it, or all these people's lives being ruined.
I can't even tell if it's a Jeep. So
I don't know what it is.
Driving it, you know what I mean?
Right. I mean, I can't either. It's
I don't
just
even
a
know
dark.
If it's a Jeep yet.
It's a nice vehicle. All I can say.
It sounds good.
I would like it. I would like it. But,
yeah.
Right. But I guess I'm not popular. And they're going to hate on me, but I don't care. I'm trying to think with some sense. And I'm saying he's innocent until proven guilty. I'm just saying that I'm not going to make up some. He's the suspect at the moment. He's the only one that they have for this crime. He's a suspect. He's not been proven guilty yet. Okay, I get that. But they have a suspect in custody. All right.
Do you feel that the part of the investigation, the part of the investigation leading to his arrest and his indictment, do you feel that was rushed at all, Green Eyes?
I don't care if it was rushed or if it was the day after. I think there was a lot of work put into this case. I think there was a lot of people working on this case. Whether you want to say, and I'm not saying, and I totally agree, there's some messed up stuff going on there, but that's a separate case. They need to deal with that with internal revenue or internal whatever they deal with cops. Okay.
Internal affairs.
Yeah, there you go. You know, they have to deal with that. And oh, my dog's coughing again. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but those same
Okay.
people didn't keep paperwork of how they obtained the tree and such.
Well, see,
So that's one of the
I got a different reader. And I could be wrong. What it
Okay.
says is it's a federal law. You cannot keep that. It's a code that by law they cannot keep it because it was like a rule. A Supreme Court ruled on it. So they
Where do
might have
you-
not did it by the Supreme Court. If you look under Doobie, I'm sorry, my dog's name's Doobie.
Where's that document at? I'd like to see
it's-
that.
well, if
'cause
you
I'm
look
just going
under
off
it-
of what Ann Taylor is stating.
Okay. Well, from what I heard, it's a Supreme Court ruling that you
Okay.
cannot keep. You can lead them to somebody, but you can't keep what you got because it's your personal DNA. Like if you
Yeah,
give your right, and the
Yeah,
Supreme
because
Court
there's a
don't
way
want.
that you can do it and a way you can't do it.
Okay,
Because
But I
there's
mean,
a
a-
way
a
that you
tree
can't
could
do
be-
it if you're LE.
right.
That you can as a personal person. And that's why they're saying that the reports weren't taken down is not because they looked or based or came up with the tree off of the LE search, which limits their sources that they can get a match from.
They told them not to use that. The FBI
Right.
blatantly said, "Don't use this for this."
Right.
They did it.
Well, they're not using it, right? They just got a
That's
name and they
why.
went with it, and they
That's
went and
why.
got the DNA out of this dad's trash and got it. So, and then they swabbed his mouth; it matched. So they don't need to use the tree. They don't.
Right.
because-
But you don't think that that's kind of like
No, I'm going off of what you're saying about the people that were involved, that the documents should be out there, and that's why I'm saying the documents won't come out there, because they used a method where they had way more sources available to them,
yes.
and the way that they use that method is not admissible. So that's why they didn't keep the paperwork, or reports. So that's why they told LE, here's the name, but like Dago said, you can't. There's nothing there that we can give you, but you can have the name, basically. And that's what Ann Taylor was stating in her last request was, I need these documents showing in the third supplemental. I need these documents showing how you got to this, because she knew that the document or how the tree was obtained from a way that if you go at it, if you label it as a LE when you're doing the search, there's restrictions, because you can't have all of the sources. It limits you completely, because there's people that can opt out of that service, which then that sample is not released as a usable sample to be obtained with.
Well, that's them to work out by
the
law.
link is pinned in the chat. Don't dive. All you have to
I
do is
mean,
look in the chat, honey.
that's what they'll argue in court. I'm just saying. I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm just saying he could do this.
Of course.
He's very well capable of doing this. We don't know that man's mind. We could say, oh, poor Brian. He's locked up and he's innocent, right? But we don't know his mind. We don't know what's going on in his mind.
You don't know mine.
None of us do. We don't know what,
Right.
if he did this, I sure as hell don't want to know what's in his mind, okay? I'm
Of
sorry. My
course.
dogs are going crazy.
Okay,
Um,
that's perfectly understood. I agree with you in that sense.
It's just that I'm not gonna. I have to know, and the only way I know is having a trial, right?
Well,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
that's the only way we're going to actually know anything.
Right. And I'm not
And
gonna.
yet-
I'm not gonna ruin people's lives that you see on a video. Just
I don't
to,
think anybody does that.
Well, I'm not
really.
saying you guys, okay? I'm not saying it's this channel, all right? It's not that I haven't heard this. I mean, I hear it, okay?
Yeah.
And it upsets me, and it upsets me about thinking about the families. And I know
Mhm.
people, like I wrote on the Drunk Turkey show, I was like, I have to think about how the families are feeling. Well, I had a comment saying, "Oh, the families don't matter. It's BK's life." Well,
Who
first
says
of all,
that?
families. Well,
Well, that's the
I'm
only.
not going to
That's
say it was not the drunk turkey show. It was a comment,
yeah.
and I feel they do have
That's
because
just
first of
someone's
all,
hate inside their soul.
right, I'm not going to pity this man because he has a right to his court. He's got a right to a fair trial,
Right. Right.
but I sure as hell ain't going to pity him.
Hey,
And,
Queen,
and
I've got a question for you.
I don't.
okay,
Go ahead.
What are your thoughts on them saying that there's 3 other unidentified male DNA?
well, there's tons of people. There's tons of people in that house, as we all know. I mean,
Yeah, but they've identified all those people at this point, I'm going to guess, because they've gone through all that. So these are 3 unidentified people that they don't have.
okay, so why don't I totally agree. Why don't they run the same doggone check as they did BK?
Right. That's the
So
problem.
I totally agree with that. I'm not saying that he did do this or he didn't do this. I'm just saying he is capable of doing this. And
I
I'm
understand.
saying that I don't know that man's head. He could have been the president of the United States. I don't give a shit. Okay, I don't
Right.
care. We don't know what goes on in people's heads, and we don't know. And if he did do this, he's pretty messed up. Okay,
You are absolutely correct. That's right.
and so I'm not going to sit here and pity a man that possibly could have committed these murders. I'm not going to do it. He has a right to a fair trial. We all have a right to listen to the evidence once the gag order's lifted and
Right.
see everything. Now, if there's nothing there, or what you say is nothing to see here, then he will be proven innocent. Because I honestly believe that a death penalty case is going to the jurors are going to be harder at convicting him. They're going to have to bring it, okay? They're going to have to bring it to prove that he did this, because there's a lot of people that won't go for the death penalty. So,
right. And guys in the chat, basically she's saying, and I agree with her, anyone is absolutely capable of murder.
right.
Yes, absolutely anyone.
You mess with my children, and they're grown, and I don't care, okay? That's all I got to say. I don't care.
Yep.
You mess with my grandbaby or anything like that, nope, I don't care. Anybody that's a parent of children, okay,
Yes.
knows that feeling, right?
Absolutely.
That you
course.
could be capable of anything.
Correct.
And
And here's the thing.
everybody in chat agrees with
Yeah.
the both sides. I mean,
You mentioned the family at one point, Rena.
Yeah.
And I agree with you about the family. And here's the thing, though. We're thinking about the family because you've heard me say, I'm sure, multiple times, I have the utmost respect for all of the families that can call businesses, especially because of what they've done and what they've been through. I feel that the family deserves to know the whole truth, the exact truth, and to get true justice for what happened with their daughter.
I agree.
Not just a narrative that has been built at this point. And what I mean by saying that, okay, we have been given on this side of things very little to go on, okay, and so we've taken what we have and we build whatever we can out of that. I base what I think on facts, as many facts as I can get. I don't like to put things out there that I don't feel are true, that are crazy, any of that kind of stuff. I try not to, okay. And you've been here a long time, you've seen that stuff. You know what I mean? So I refuse to put certain names out there until I get a concrete basis to it. Okay. Now the new footage we've seen on these videos and things like that, so on and so forth. I'm not saying that I believe that there's involvement there, but there are some suspicious things involved in that video. When you see a guy run up to his car and hurry up and leave, I don't believe that.
28 degrees.
I don't believe that person's just going to work though. It's 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but he could have just had his girlfriend living there. He could have, and then he could have said, "Well, I'm out."
all of them. We explored all those thoughts and theories.
Yeah, we did. We looked into all of that. We feel the same way.
We said one of those. We said a bunch of other theories too.
Well, I'm sure if law enforcement has a copy of this tape, I'm sure they've questioned this man or whoever it is in that car, that Jeep or whatever, that nice car that I'd like to have, or Jeep. Okay, and also to see if he saw anything. Okay,
Yeah. Yeah.
so we don't know, but we really just don't know.
We could have shows for months on the
We
That's right.
we really
theories.
Oh
could,
yeah.
Very
and
much.
I think the gag order is needed. A lot of people would be like, release it, release it. No, it's for him to have a fair trial also.
And
So
that's what this is. Most of what I stand for is the constitutionally based trial, the rights that he has. Not that I feel bad for him, not that I'm oh poor woe is Brian or any of that kind of stuff.
I
It's
never
not.
said, I never said you said that ever.
No.
I'm
No, I know
saying
that. I
I've
know
been
that.
on enough channels, a lot of channels, okay,
Yeah.
and listening. I don't comment. You're the first channel I've ever even spoke on, okay. So I feel comfortable here, even though
I'm
I
glad
see
to hear
things
that.
differently, okay. But you always have to have both sides, okay. So I'm
Yes.
kind of giving you both sides,
No, I absolutely understand, and you've done that before. I understand it
right.
completely. I absolutely do.
Do I
Um,
think a lot of things happen that's a little fishy in that house? Yeah. Coming down to the roommates, yep. Because first of all, you can imagine the pain these victims were in. You can imagine the screams these victims did, or if they could. I don't know. Okay, it breaks my heart to even think about it. But
yes, ma'am.
you, and also if let's say this person went in, how would he know there ain't 100 or 10 guys sleeping on the couch in there? Okay, you just
Right.
didn't know. There had to be some warning of who was in there. Either that, or he was stalking all of them, one or the other, or a bunch of people. Okay, I don't know. Whatever, however you want, everybody wants to look at this, but
Yeah,
I find it a little fishy. Okay,
I
there's something
understand.
happening there.
Yes,
I agree that should have been looked in a lot more. It makes me um, it makes me a little eerie of both of them. Okay, it really does because uh, you're walking in blind, right? This
Mhm.
person would have been walking in blind, not knowing who was in that house, and a party night. I
yes.
mean, wasn't everybody going home for the holidays soon? They were all just meeting up and partying, having a good time. That's college life, okay? And they were all, going to be going home for the holidays. And so I'm sorry, I'm outside. You can hear my air conditioner running. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
it's okay.
okay. Um,
All right. It's good to know you're
what?
running that as hot as it is.
Well, it's like, yeah, it is hot, but I got a screened in porch and I planted a ton of trees to keep the sun out of my backyard. But
There you go. No, I listen. I respect your opinions and your theories. I do. Everybody's. You know that. You've
right,
heard me talk about it. Okay, and I always will. I just I don't, and I'm not saying you did this. Don't take this the wrong way at all, please. I
right.
don't want it to sound that way. I don't agree with, and again, this is not you. I'm saying this in general.
Well, no,
If
I mean it's okay. Go right ahead. I'm not.
if people feel a certain way, like I disagree with you, okay, but that doesn't
Okay,
mean
that's good. I
that
mean
doesn't
that's good. We're debating.
that's
That's
right. That's
great.
exactly what it's for. I don't just because I disagree with your theory or your opinion does not mean I dislike you or that I think that you're a bad person or any of that.
Right.
That's with anybody. I hope everybody understands that. You know what I mean? That's
No,
why
just because I might not agree with some of the stuff that's out there that you say, I love this show
yes. Yeah, and I
and
appreciate
I
that.
like the people in here. This is a debate. It's
Right.
just
Yeah,
we see things differently, or
that's right.
a
That's
little
right.
bit differently, but some the same. Period.
Right. And that's why I don't want anybody to feel a certain kind of way about this. You may disagree with what she's saying. I understand completely because I do. Okay, but we still, in a sense, we have, and that's all I ever ask for anybody in here is just to respect each other as people. Because at the end of this case, and at the end of the day, when this case is all said and done and gone, we're still here, and we're still the same people. And we,
Right.
we can shake hands and walk away and say, okay, you know what, you were right. I'm sorry. There doesn't even need to be an apology. You were.
No.
That's what it is. You were right. We do know now. You were right. And if you disagree with the end result of this, that's a different story altogether. There's many cases that have been resolved per se. They say that I feel are unjust and I don't agree with it, but it is what it is. We can't control that. So I
No.
do feel personally, based on what you've said, I feel personally that there's some things in this that are way off, that have been off.
Right.
Sounds like he doesn't like that either.
No, there. He wants on the bed. They're real old, and so he can't see. And I have to put my hand down to get him. He just sits up and barks at me because he can't see me.
That's how my Oscar was before he passed.
Yeah, and they're babied, so they sleep with me.
Oh yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
This and like I said, that you cannot have a one-track mind in something like this. Okay, this is a think tank, folks. And if one person says one specific thing and we disagree with it, then that's fine. Okay. And then on the other side, she can listen to what other people think and feel and say, okay, I understand. I respect. You don't have to agree with it, but that's how that works. That's why we do this.
Right.
Okay?
Well, right. I agree with a lot of like the roommates. I totally agree. Something up there. Something's up.
I'm wrong. Right. There's definitely something.
Okay. But I guess I'm saying in the chat room, I'm not saying that he's guilty. I'm saying he could do this.
Oh, anybody.
And I'm also saying the gag order is necessary because he has to have a fair trial. I'm all for the trials. I love watching trials, and I'm sure you guys love watching this one just as well as I will. Yeah. Okay. And I like to see the evidence laid out. Now, if the prosecution does not bring it and he's deemed innocent, great. Okay. I wouldn't want him to die if he's innocent.
Right. And based on what Green Eyes, at this point, do you think, as of right now, if this were to start, if the trial were to start tomorrow, okay, if they were to come out today and go, all right, guys, here it is, boom, boom, boom. Of course, we're all going to freak out. The internet's going to blow up. You know how that works. Do you think, as of today, right this moment, that Bryan Kohberger is going to receive a fair trial tomorrow?
I think so, because the reason I think so is because I think there is juries out there that will. I think there's people out there that have an open mind, and I think once they see the evidence, I think that they'll rule accordingly. Okay, and like I said, it's even going to be harder. And I have to admit this, it's going to be harder.
Oh, yeah.
Because a lot of people don't want to put people on death row. Okay. They don't want to do that. And so they're going to have to, the prosecution is going to have to bring it. Okay. They're going to have this magic bullet, I guess you could say. They're going to have this. Okay. Because I don't know unless they have exact proof that he's the one, that they will deem him guilty.
That's right. Now, here's the thing. With that being said,
right.
Okay. Now, with that being said, thus far, what we have seen, okay,
right.
Defense has presented all these things and said, okay, this is wrong, that's wrong. Why is the prosecution not giving him this, or why is LE not giving the state the information that the defense deserves to have in this trial? Why are they not turning that over to the state? So there's something with that.
I'm not a lawyer, but I've seen a couple lawyer shows on this. This is legal mumbo jumbo. This is what happens.
It is.
They're getting everything they get, and they're going to have everything, because if they don't, they can turn around and say, hey, we can't defend this, we can't defend my client.
And that's the thing.
It could be a mistrial. Okay.
Okay. Thank you for saying that, because that's what one of my biggest worries is. I'm not, and I know you haven't said it, I'm stating this in general. I'm not a Bryan Kohberger lover. I'm not he's innocent, he's this, he's that. What I'm saying is what if he is guilty? Okay. What if he is guilty and law enforcement is not cooperating with the state to cooperate with the defense to give him the fair trial? And if this guy, something happens and this blows up and the case is dismissed, we're putting this, if he did it, we're setting a guilty. Well,
that's a chance with every defendant.
Right.
That's a chance with everybody.
Absolutely.
But that goes before a jury.
Don't do that. Okay.
With
any case.
On the other side of that, though, if Brian's innocent per se, okay, and he is found guilty based on whatever it is, and he gets the death penalty, that's permanent, that's gone, you're done, it's over, end of story. There's nothing you can do to bring him back. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guilty people who, however many it is, walk in the streets that could very well do this again. That is why I'm on the side that I'm on, as a side, if we call it that, which is sitting on the fence, waiting to see the actual.
I'm independent.
That they need.
Well,
to
I'm
bring.
50-50, right? Yeah, I'm 50-50 till I see the evidence.
That's what I'm saying, right? They need to bring it, and I just don't see it at this point. I don't see the prosecution giving anything that can show if there is no DNA located in the man's vehicle, home, apartment, workspace, anything. What the hell could they possibly have?
Well, we don't know. Like I said, I watched that whole Alec Murdaugh case, and I went in with an open mind. And that's what I usually try to do. I tried to say, okay, prove it. Show me what you have, prosecution. Show me your hand like in poker, okay?
Right.
And then they boom, the bombshell video. And I was like, he can't deny that. He lied. So we don't know what bombshell they have, okay? If they even have one.
If they have one.
Right, if they have one. I'm not saying he's innocent or he's guilty. But he's innocent until proven guilty, okay?
Yes, yeah.
But I do want him to have a fair trial. And I want everybody to have a fair trial. That's what everything's set up for. Especially in a death penalty case, okay?
And that's the big thing right there, that the death penalty is on the table.
But what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to involve anybody like Jack now, of course, when it first happened, I wasn't even, I was like, it had to be the neighbor that kept calling. They got tired of the noise. Mm-hmm. Made sense to me.
Yeah,
the neighbors did it. Somebody did it, got mad. They had enough of that mess over there,
Right.
And so they just went in mad, okay? And then I thought, well, it could be the boyfriend. They broke up, right? And then I just didn't know. I really didn't know. And I'm trying to stay on that fence and not involve anybody else. Now, like I said, as far as the roommates, that's a different story with me, because I can't see being in that room and not hearing anything. I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't care if there was 10 people in there doing it. I do not care.
You that they heard it. They know, in my opinion, that's my opinion, that they know everything that went down, or heard everything that went down, per se, at the very least. And that's what my biggest issue with this is. That's why I cannot deduce at least Dylan Mortensen from the situation now, because there's other things that have come to light with other people that really make you look at this and go, wow, that's kind of interesting. And why? Okay. And because that's another thing that we don't have. If we put Brian Koberger in the center of this, what the hell is the motive that he had to do this? Because nothing really does make any sense. And a lot of people say, well, he just did it to try it to see if he could get away with it.
See, I don't believe that either. If you go back to most, I really do like studying serial killers. I really do. All the way back to the Zodiac, okay? I can't believe they still hadn't caught that guy or find out who it was. But anyway, I love studying them. And it's almost, to me, if he did this, if he's the one that did this, a knife is personal. It is also a essay kind of thing. Okay.
Right.
And I go back and I told you that it was kind of weird. I'm just saying weird, that when he moved to Pullman, his dad went to the neighbors, which the neighbor said, here, can you hang out with him sometime? My son's shy. His son is a grown man. Okay. Right. He can make friends himself. And also the neighbor said his wife, which women are usually got good instincts. Okay.
Right.
Said, I don't want him in my house. Something ain't right with it. Okay. So we don't know. We've never been around him. We don't know anything about it, but with a knife it don't have to come with anger. It can be a essay without even touching them. Okay. So, that just like BTK. All right. He was one of them. He was one of them people. So we
Yes.
don't know what porn he had on his computer. We don't know what he was watching. We don't know anything. And until we find out at the
Did you
trial,
say
we won't know.
Did you say porn?
Porn. We don't know.
Okay.
Why,
I
am I
didn't know
not
if I
allowed to
heard you
say
right.
that?
No, I just
No,
didn't know
you're
if I
fine.
heard you right or not.
I'm sorry if that offended people.
No, you're fine.
No, I didn't say. Who
No,
said
it just caught
offended anybody?
CJ's attention.
Yeah, it just caught me off
I'm
guard.
sorry,
That's all.
CJ. I said that word. I won't
No,
say it
it
again.
just caught me off guard.
Yeah.
Just because
Well,
I
I
asked
mean-
doesn't mean I was offended.
Right. Well, I'm looking at it like if
I
I
was
was
just asking.
listening to the BTK documentary or anything, the trial, watching everything, he was kind of that way. I'm not saying Brian is. I'm just saying a knife doesn't have to be. I'm angry. Yes, it's personal, but it can be a essay.
No,
Type
I get it. It
killing.
just came out of nowhere. It was
Oh.
like, what? I did a double take and I just had to ask if I heard you right. I didn't know. I wanted to be clear what you said. That's all. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
But I mean, I didn't want to like be the bad guy, and I don't want to be the bad guy in here. And I know people are like, get her off, but
No,
you
it's okay. It's okay. You're fine. It's fine. But yeah, I appreciate and respect what you're saying. I do.
you know that I mean, I think that I would really like to see, like Mama Bear said, the profile, because most FBI agents do have a profile done before they go out looking for who they need to look for. I'd like to see it, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to see all the evidence.
Yes, I do absolutely agree with that. Most definitely.
But I'll get off here so everybody won't be mad anymore, and you can go back and talk about it.
It's fine. We just have to make sure that we have room for everybody else too. That's all.
Okay, yeah. I'm sorry I took up so much time.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Very nice. Thank you again for your opinions and your theories. And what is all that? One second.
I don't know. Okay, well, you're welcome, and I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm sorry. Hopefully nobody left.
No
and
need to
got mad.
apologize. Nobody's mad. No need to apologize. You are absolutely fine. Your opinions and theories are just as important as everybody else's. Okay.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I hope
Thanks
thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting. And I hope.
Bye, CJ. Bye, Mama Bear.
Bye,
I wasn't
hon.
trying to mess up any vibe either. I was just like, what?
Yeah,
I was
it
doing
kind of came
paperwork.
out of
I was doing
left
paperwork,
hand.
and I was like, huh?
Yeah.
What?
She's like, did she just say poor?
Yep, you're good. You're good.
Okay. All
I
right.
just wanted
Bye,
to say that
guys.
real quick.
All right. Bye-bye. Thanks again. And something else, guys, too. A lot of people I've seen, and she just kind of did a little bit too. It's not a bad thing, but we have to understand, like, when we talk about like the Murdaugh case, we talk about the OJ case, we talk about all these other cases. Like, each one of these cases is different, okay, and a lot of different ways. They're not always going to be the same. Some things, yeah, you can kind of very, very much assume certain things are going to go a certain way, but they are different cases with different circumstances. This one is the one and only case that has ever been this way, in my opinion, and it is a 100% going to go down in history for a lot of different reasons. Okay, so and I know a lot of people disagree with what she said. All I'm asking you guys to do,
It's a possibility.
Yeah, is respect each other. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, there were some new documents dropped, guys. There's like 3 or 4 of them. Motion to temporarily seal the stipulation to extend return of evidentiary items pending hearing. Somebody asked about that. I don't know. This one here is pretty simple. It says, come now, State of Ohio, by and through Latah County Prosecuting Attorney, and hereby moves the court pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74-124 for a temporary order sealing the stipulation to extend return of evidentiary items herein because release or disclosure would, one and only one up here, interfere with enforcement proceedings. Welcome, Dana Renee. Thank you for joining the family there. Interfere with enforcement proceedings. See, some of these don't make sense to me because it's just ridiculous. 2, deprive a person of a right to a fair trial or an impartial adjudication. I would never say that right. Adjudication, whatever.
Adjudication.
Thank you. Why is that so hard for me? Adjudication. There we go. Also, 2, constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. Now, see,
Right.
this is to me,
Right.
guys. This is another excuse, is what this is. Okay, constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy, and I'm guessing if Jules is in here, I'd love if you could explain this or not explain it, but reiterate if I'm right on this. Disclose the identity of a confidential source and or disclose investigative techniques and procedures. The undersigned seek this protective pending a hearing on the matter, wherefore the state respectfully prays that the court seal from public disclosure the stipulation to extend return of evidentiary items herein under the provisions of the Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1 and Idaho Code 74-124. Defense counsel Ann Taylor has informed the state she has no objections to his motion. Okay. Now, this to me, it still seems like the state is trying to say, I mean, it does say that she agrees with, or she doesn't have an objection to this, but it's still kind of like, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. You know, it's hard to understand some of these things, but it seems like they're still saying, you know, that's an invasion of personal privacy. That is confidential source and, you know, disclose investigative techniques and procedures. But I think that's important to his case. I think that's important to his defense. So why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? I don't understand. You know what I mean? I don't understand these. Are you in here, Jules? I see people talking.
I know I didn't see her pop up, but I don't know.
What? Oh, that must be your husband. Okay. I was trying to figure out what.
Yeah, sorry.
It's all right. I see her in here somewhere, but I don't see her yet. So there's one document, guys. And hold on a minute here. I told you guys I show this to you as soon as I see them, and I didn't know there were. That was dropped July 5th. There's 2 of those.
So yesterday.
Yep. Okay. Now we have, again, the state of Idaho versus Brian Koberger, temporary order sealing the order extending return of evidentiary items pending hearing. Based upon the motion of the state to temporarily seal the order extending return of evidentiary items filled herein and no objection from defense counsel, the court does hereby confirm that the order, that the order extending return of evidentiary exempt from disclosure and are sealed pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule for the reasons stated in the motion. So there was a motion. This is the order. So it's been sealed again. And Ann Taylor agreed with it, which I don't understand this. I don't understand. Does that make sense to you?
It's odd, that's for sure.
It's very weird to me. I don't get it. I don't know if it's because she now. I just don't know. I just don't know, guys. This one. So there's that. Okay, and that's all there is to that one. And then we had, like I said, we had a motion, and we have the order.
Records. You know, maybe it's something with
There's
these
2. Yeah, there's 2 motions to seal and 2 orders. The 3rd, 5th, and 5th. Patricia. Yeah, that's what it's saying, Sherry. She agreed. Can you hear me, Patricia? Are you there? Maybe. Maybe not. And David.
Her mic's muted.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you have a lot of echo in that. You might have to turn your reverb down or something, or you have echo on your microphone. You're muted right now, too. Welcome, Sheena Matthews. Good to see you.
Adam, some interesting stuff in private too, man. I think you're gonna especially that last one. Just something real quick if you need it.
Okay. BMW X6. That does look a lot like that car.
Right?
A whole lot like it.
Hi, Jules.
There she is. There she is. That's CJ just sent this over. That does look a whole lot like that car. There's the vent. There's the tail light or the exhaust in the back. That's I'm pretty sure
Yes, it does.
that's the vehicle in my opinion. I'm
I don't want to
sorry.
echo.
Do you know how to turn it down, hon?
Which part do I turn down?
What kind of microphone are you using?
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
It's like we're at a concert.
That's what it sounds like.
Siri, 911! Hey, Siri, 911! Hey, Siri, 911! My God!
Wow. Okay.
What was that?
I know. I was like, whoa, where'd this come from?
That was a TikTok that he sent me, and I accidentally wrote it, and it went on to a next one.
Oh.
New
The mailman was
footage.
being robbed by the two guys trying to steal his bag.
TikTok's good.
Oh yeah. Yep. All right. Have y'all watched this video yet of the sunroof car? Yes, ma'am. We sure did. What do you think? The link is pinned in chat, Jules. If you want to jump up here.
There's a video for that in private as well, up towards the top.
She said she can't. The guy's there replacing her kitchen counter, I think.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait a minute. That is the grub truck. Okay, hold on.
Above that one.
Got you. 1 second. I didn't even know you had one up there.
You were into conversations, man, so I get it.
One second, folks.
What doesn't have white, bright taillights on the back? Don't dive.
All right. Sorry, folks. All right. And this is the one. Yeah, we watched this video. This is the powder puff one, right? Yeah.
I don't
Yep.
know what happened to your panel member.
Happened to what?
Whoever was up on panel.
Oh, she said her mic was messing up.
When are you having a video coming out, Jules? Powerpuff? Well, that's the thing about all of our community. We all appreciate everybody's opinions and thoughts and theories because until we get the evidence that states any of them are not a possibility, They definitely
Absolutely.
all are.
I do agree.
Well, don't die. That was just a picture of a similar car to the one in the video. I mean, anybody can get aftermarket white tail lights, or redo their headlights, or lower it, or whatever they want to
Mhm.
it different or
Mhm.
sound different.
Okay, was there anybody else that wanted to jump up here and talk about anything, opinion, theory, anything on any of this stuff at all? That's okay, Patricia. It does happen. Happens to the best of us. The documents against these officers that lead the case. No. What is that all about? Do either of you two know what she's talking about?
I do not have to. If y'all have seen
So,
the documents against
I've never
these
heard of
officers,
that.
it's those 3 officers.
Is there a document that's been put out already?
There's I don't know about documents, man, but there's been a lot of like Lana and Sleuthie. There's a lot of talk about these 3, man.
Yeah, that I knew. I just thought there was some kind of paperwork she was talking about.
Maybe just that she's getting the training records paperwork and then mixing that with everything, the chatter.
Jules says she thinks she might be talking about the Brady Giglio thing. But she said she's going to email it, so I will see it here in a moment. And again, yeah, guys, the link is in the chat pinned at the top. So if you want to jump up here, click the link and come on down.
On the first responders.
I'm interested to see that.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's like any of these small communities in these cases that we talk about. They're all intertwined in some minimal or crazy connection.
Right. Let me see here. Oh yeah, Tracy did send me this.
That's what
So
I'm
I
waiting
guess it's
for.
been
The 3
debunked.
to 4.
Diego,
Oh,
do
good.
you have a husband?
It's been
Do I have a
debunked.
husband?
Because I'm responding under you.
Oh, I'm like, Gina, what the hell are you talking about? Alrighty then. That's a new day.
Another boom.
Yeah, surprise. Thank you, Gina. She's probably like, wait, what? Nope, I just have my wife. That's all, guys. Mama Bear has a husband, and she is pretending to be me right now. Yeah, the Tracy, thank you for sending me this. I'm guessing that the caller thing has been debunked with the Kopaka. Thanks, Danger Zone. Appreciate you.
The caller thing, what's that?
Kopaka with the caller. Buddy's caller.
Oh, the caller. Oh, okay.
Right. It's unrelated, I guess.
Yeah, because like it could have been an older picture. So
Yeah.
Like we were saying before, like we don't know. You'd actually have to find out from the people themselves.
I think Jules is the one that's showing. I was thinking Dago's husband too. Okay. Nope, guys, I do not have a husband. My wife is the love of my life, and she's a beautiful woman. So yeah, but that's okay. Yes, yes, it's okay.
It was
I've been
interesting.
getting questions. Yeah, right. It'll wake you up in the morning if you didn't have any coffee. That's for sure. All right, all right. Okay, so nobody wants to come up here. Come on now.
Well, you were when you were talking to Eddie, and you guys were
Mhm.
talking about the grub truck. I put a video up there where it's interesting that it's from Unravel, and we were
Oh,
watching it on my show at the end of mine, and it's very interesting if you check out the gentleman. So like, uh, Kaylee and Maddie are waiting for their food, right? That's where
yeah,
they're at in the part of the grub truck, and you can see these two guys back off and to the left, kind of just lurking around. And Maddie says something to Kaylee. And then as Maddie turns around to the window, then Kaylee, she's still on her phone, but she kind of You know how, like, if somebody's like, hey, look at those people over there. And then
yeah,
the other person doesn't like look directly, but kind of half ass does it.
right.
That's what took place of those two guys way back there. And so I sent you the link to that if you want to check that out. I thought since you were talking about it, I was like, damn, that shit's interesting. So
This right here.
yeah, there's just keep an eye in the back left of it and watch Maddie and Kaylee kind of you'll
Welcome
see.
back, Eddie.
Good to be back.
We can hear you now, bud. Thank you.
Yeah,
Well,
see him, you're
yeah.
kind of walking back there now.
Yeah, I
Um,
see it.
Watch. And
My
then you'll
phone-
see Maddie talk to Kaylee and then she'll kind of half look. And those guys are just lurking. I'm going into that shit tonight. I'm gonna figure that out. It's creepy.
A little bit, yeah, for real.
See
Who
now
were
she's
those two
saying.
guys?
See now she's saying those guys. See how she looked to. Well,
Right.
you'll see her mention something, and then Kaylee kind of like fucking half looks over and shit. So she knows they're there, but she's trying not to let them know that she looked at him, kind of thing.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Does everybody think still that Brent Kopacka at one time lived in Pennsylvania, or has that been
No.
debunked?
That's been
It is.
debunked.
Yes, I would agree. I forgot to ask that.
Oh yeah.
So, like I said, I haven't had a whole lot of time as of late to be following as close as many of you have on this Idaho 4 case.
Mm-hmm.
But I think part of the end of what I was saying when I was on with the telephone earlier is, so if this case gets thrown out, the prosecution isn't going to, that doesn't come with he's innocent. That just comes with, it was thrown out because law enforcement used methods that weren't legitimate, reasons. So this gets thrown out, and Brian Kohlberger is still the guy. And that is why the media is, antagonizing him and putting out such a negative story about him constantly. They're not going to be looking for anybody else after, if this gets thrown out, then, the irony.
That'll
the
be
irony
it.
of this is that Brian Kohlberger and the defense team is almost going to be wishing that it did go to court, is so that he can prove his innocence.
Right.
And that's such an ironic twist. Now, if it does go to court, I'd just like to know, what else do they have? What are they bringing, that we don't know about right now?
Yeah, I'm curious. I think a lot of us want to know if, and I'm just a little weirded out by it. I'll be honest with you. I really expected the defense or the prosecution to drop something after Ann Taylor came out with those documents and all that, but they didn't, and they still haven't, and I was expecting something kind of big. I just don't, they haven't done anything, So, I mean, I don't know if they're just keeping their eggs in one basket and waiting, but I don't know.
So if they have something big that they feel they have enough evidence to bring this to trial, then that discovery has been turned over to the defense by this time. And Taylor has laid out what they're still looking for.
Right.
So,
go ahead and send it, Luna.
So I don't know. We're missing something because what we know right now, they don't have enough to bring to trial against him.
I absolutely agree with you, my friend.
This just looks like they're going to try to appeal the indictment after, do you think that on the 14th of July that they're going to have satisfied the motion to compel this discovery?
No.
I think it's going to be, they still haven't turned over what they're looking for.
They're not getting it from law enforcement for some reason. Okay. Well, part of it, I believe, is what the FBI doesn't have. Okay. Some of that, I think, is part of it, but I don't think they're going to. What's up, Skittles? I said that earlier, I think, didn't I? You guys, I think I had mentioned that I do not believe as of the I think I said it yesterday too, that as of the 14th, there's going to be another excuse or another reason. It's not going to be there, I feel.
It'll be another excuse, another reason. Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, I can see this judge saying, you know what? No, I said the 14th and it's going to be the 14th. You better have it now or something's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And stuff like that, you guys, stuff like that is what worries me, because if something were to happen and this case were to be dismissed or thrown out, again, if Brian Kohberger is guilty, we're setting a murderer free. And that's what you guys need to be understanding, is that I don't feel that Brian is 1,000% innocent. I want to see what makes him guilty. I want to see what they did to put Brian Kohberger's name into this hat that they pulled it out of. Okay. I want to see what they did to get him here. I want to see how they did that. I want to see what evidence proves that. And
not Joe Schmo, but BK.
That's right. When you show me that, I'll be sitting here waiting. Let me see it. Let me see it. And I swear to God, just as much as CJ probably will, and Rory, Mama Bear, Eddie, any of us is going to go, okay, thank God. There it is. There it is. Now prosecute the MFer and let's go. You know what I mean?
The other side to that is, you just said, if he's guilty and this gets dismissed, they're letting a terrible person go free.
Yes.
The other side to that is, if this gets dismissed and he's innocent, of course, they're not going to say as much. The prosecution doesn't dismiss it with that attached, that tagline attached to it. It's just getting dismissed. So if it gets dismissed and he's innocent, in actuality, we're not looking for other people that really did this.
That's it. It's done. It's over, and they're free.
Right. That's the important thing to realize. So we're watching, they're going to be putting the judge in a position to make a decision. So on the 14th of July, we're going to find out, what the next step is, because you're not going to compel the FBI to do something or not do something.
They'll laugh at you and say, yeah, okay, you can say whatever you want, but this is how it is. And that's the end of it.
Right. And like I said earlier, Bill Thompson's hands are clean. He did his part. He was trying, right?
Yeah.
He tried.
Yeah.
It's out of his hands.
I will agree with that.
He can salvage his legacy still.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing is, when we talk about, was this a rush to conviction? They got this, the university kind of is the lifeblood, the financial lifeblood of that town. Did they rush to conviction so that they, come the next semester, make sure that they get the enrollment numbers up and that people feel safe? In a way, that is almost like giving a free pass, so to speak.
Yes, and that's exactly what I feel like happened, and I think CJ agrees too.
There's a great distinction between, there was law enforcement made a mistake. They dropped the ball, or they botched the investigation, in a hurry up trying to get this conviction. They might accept that, like, yeah, that's what we did. But there's a great distinction between a rush to conviction and a frame job. If this is a frame up, categorizing this as a law enforcement mistake or a rush is kind of like a free pass.
Uh-huh.
Are you eating?
Sorry about that. I put something
That's all right. That's all right. Okay. So, yeah, there's, I don't know. I'm just watching to see which way this goes. Does this even go to trial? I kind of predict it doesn't. And it's kind of looking to me like it was designed that way. And everybody can be looking good in the end, even if it doesn't. Because Brian Koberger in everybody's mind will still be guilty. Here's a question. So if this gets dismissed and he's still, the quote unquote guilty guy, does he get to file these lawsuits for defamation and all that? Do you think?
I think he probably could. I don't see why he couldn't, because this is really, that would be a real deal case of defamation of character, for real.
But have they defamed him? It was FBI wouldn't turn over their material, so it got dismissed. But we still maintain you're the guy. So, that's an interesting thought that I've been having. So, like, if he was found not guilty, if we went to trial and at the end he proved his innocence, well, then certainly. But if this gets dismissed, is that component out of the equation and removed?
That's a good question. That's an interesting question, Eddie. I actually like that.
Yeah. But I won't take any more of your time. I'll let others hop up on panel.
No worries. No worries. I appreciate you. Always love hearing from you and everything that you have to say every time. So thank you very much once again.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day, buddy. And thank you, Patricia. I will pull that up, and I'll do that here in a minute. I do want to go over this video again, though. I didn't really get a chance to talk about this. CJ, if you're in here. Yeah, you are. Sorry. I want you to I guess explain this again so everybody can hear it, because this is I was watching this while he was talking, and this is actually kind of interesting to me. What I was seeing, I wasn't able to say anything, and it's like, wait a minute here. So hold on one second. Let me pull this back up, you guys. That was kind of interesting.
It's a long one, but there's just a 30, 45-second part that's like really crazy.
Quite interesting, guys. Oh, shoot. Hold on a minute, folks. Why am I struggling today?
Sorry if I'm not talking much. I'm just kind of like into the conversation there.
No, it's all right. I'll do all the talking. No big deal. It's like my channel or something, like I got to talk all the time. I'm just kidding. No, buddy, you're fine. You know that. Don't worry about it.
I'm just chilling back, like listening.
You're good. You're good, bro. No need to apologize at all. All right. This does have audio too, so let me make sure it's up.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Blow this up. I don't know if you guys can see this. I can't see the chat right now, folks, so bear with me for that. All right.
What'd you send, Patricia?
Wait, where did it? She sent the documentation about Tolson. Yeah, the documentation about Officer Tolson. There is audio in this, right?
I believe so.
Why am I not here?
But I don't know. I'm not sure. I think there is.
All right, hold on then. 1 second. Let's get this back.
There might not be.
Yeah, I don't think there is. All right, let's start it off from the beginning here.
There's so many different ones.
You can explain it, I guess, how she explained it. So here we go. What the hell? What? Something weird just happened here. Hold on a minute. 1 second, guys.
Uno momento.
Yes, uno momento. Tina Balez. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Okay, you see that heavy set guy that was behind her also. He left in the same direction
Whoa.
the other two guys. Let me turn down my volume. Is that
I
better?
A bedtime story.
StreamYard never likes it when my volume's up.
I did not hear what you said.
So the three guys, and I have a theory that there are three guys. Okay.
In this video?
What's that?
In this video I'm playing right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hold
But
on.
not on the theory of that, but it kind of goes with my theory. But I believe they were together. Those were the guys in the white truck, I believe. I can't tell you that. I just have this ability of I have an intuitive gift.
Okay. That's
So it is
great.
three guys. One the driver, two the murderers. So the one of the guys is a mechanic, which kind of goes with that Lana was talking about last night. One of the roads that she saw, I forget, something hill. There's some complaints. So there's a mechanic shop nearby there. But anyhow, it's the three. That guy is with the other two guys. He stayed back. He was kind of real close to them, could eavesdrop. The chunky guy with the black hoodie. Okay, play it.
Okay, hold on.
You'll see. They'll leave first. And then he kind of hangs around right behind them. They go back. They leave in the same direction. And that's where the white Toyota Tacoma.
Ah, okay.
Okay. Parked.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Where are these guys at? Back here?
The two guys that left. Remember that she said, look at those two guys leaving.
Yeah. Where do they start out at? Over here? Over here. Okay.
When they leave, you'll see him behind them also. And he'll stick around for a few minutes and then he leaves with his hands in his pockets.
I got you.
I think they were waiting. I think they followed them there. I think they were waiting for them to leave.
So they were the guys
when they already got their food, and so they went ahead of them. They left ahead of them. So they knew where these girls were. They were going to come home, but they left. I think they left to the house.
So these guys were in the white truck that was parking behind them walking to the grub truck, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And the funny thing is, I found a mechanic shop down the road. Gosh, I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, the Jersey
University?
people are.
University. They repair cars, and there's a guy with a white Tacoma there.
Okay.
It's going to be a really young guy. There's going to be a middleweight, a guy a little bit older, and then there's going to be an older guy that's involved in this murder. And you're going to see, and I just saw, I noticed that guy before, but didn't pay attention until you said, look at those two guys. And I'm like, there's the heavy set guy that I'm thinking.
Interesting.
So they still had to wait for their food. They still had to wait for the driver. They still had to go back. They were hanging around there.
Okay. I see him now.
He doesn't talk to anybody. He stands separate on purpose. You're just going to think he's just not an extrovert, but.
So he's just watching them.
Yeah, he was watching them the whole time. I can see him now by the guy, the yellow and the white hoodie guy. Remember hoodie guy? He's back there. You can see the shadow of him.
Yeah,
you can see his form right there. There he is. Okay, and there's the other two guys. You see they're together? The three?
Right, yeah.
You see they're together because they are together. So he's going to hang back. He's going to come up closer to them and get a conversation out of them. They'll be talking.
This is interesting.
Yeah, it's all about them creepers back there, man.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They know who these guys are. These guys are the drug dealers.
That's why when you get...
They wanted to make sure the two girls were going to stay here. If they go back to the house, then they already know where they are. and they can go back to the house. Xana's the one they're after. And I think what
and then once
happens
you
is
get
Ethan walks in and he sees her dead and goes, no! And then they slice his neck. So then you don't hear anything more from him. Girls come up through the front door, up the steps. They see the blood. They start screaming. They run to the room. They lock the door, but the guys are right behind them.
Yeah, that's why when you get to the end of this, you watch those two guys off to the left, and then the reaction.
We don't get a face though, so
it's very interesting. No, they're in the cut. They're in the cut. They're not exposed to too much light in the video. Yeah, they know that. They're in the cut.
That doesn't clear Adam. How did they know to come pull up and be there? It doesn't clear Adam. Because he knew everything.
I'm watching the bottom because that's where most of the creeper shit's going on. Off to the left and then off to the right where that corner is, there's people creeping back there too.
Mm-hmm. I never get online. Sorry, guys. So this is the first time I just felt I moved to tell you because you never read my postings because I don't have the
Oh,
money
we
to join.
we went into this stuff a long time ago.
I know I've seen
that's
this
all.
before, but I never paid attention
Yeah.
to this. So I
Yeah.
just found you through Lana, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
She's
so I went to
awesome.
Lana.
She's
I'm from
awesome.
the Pittsburgh area, so love
Oh,
her.
cool. I'm from Akron.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
There
there's
they
more
go.
people creeping in the back. Yeah.
They're walking. He's still back there, though. Heavy set guy. He's right there.
There's a couple girls that went back there too. Yeah, the Jersey dudes have always been interesting from the get-go, ever since it came out.
They're gonna get you.
Their reactions.
They're gonna get you.
Yeah, their reactions. I mean, even like the number 9 guy, how like when the girls first showed up, he was all like weird acting and shit, and then all of a sudden, you know, that oh hey, what's up? Like he didn't notice them kind of shit. And it's like, what?
Mm-hmm.
And
They're
then you
kinda
watch all the
going
shit in the
slow.
background.
Yeah.
You guys
I
can't hear
believe
me.
Hoodie guy is he's a handler. He handles those.
So these guys back here that are walking away in the distance are the ones that we were looking at.
Both
Yes.
sides, bro, at different
Yes.
points. In the beginning, off to the right is where some creepy shit goes on, and then towards the end, it's mostly to the left. On the bottom feed the whole time.
Over
Now
here.
you can. No. See where the lit up area is on the left side? The left half.
Over here.
Yeah,
Over
there's
here,
a
yeah.
corner right there. There's a corner right there where there's some action going on in the beginning. And then towards the end, the action is taking place on the other side to your left.
Hey, there goes the guy. He's
That-
leaving. See, he lifts up his arm.
Yeah,
He's good.
there's shady shit going on back there,
Here
bro.
he's leaving.
And then the
No, he
girls
comes
know.
back.
Okay,
know.
That
and
wasn't
here's the
him.
thing.
I thought that was the hoodie guy. Wasn't the guy I'm talking about. He came back.
All right, well, here's my thing is I watched this backpack girl and this other girl come walking through in the beginning. They go by, they stop in front of number 9 Jersey, touch
Yeah.
him, and they walk off around that corner. They come
Yeah.
back, they go back, and they come back again. So I've always had issue with something going on over that
Yeah.
realm, but I didn't know.
They're
To the
selling-
left too, though. There's more creepers to the left too.
Wait
On
till
the
you
other
get.
side of the dump truck.
No, where your mouse is. Way
Yeah,
back there. Yeah,
Okay.
there's shit going on. There's 2 guys standing there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, totally fucking creeping, dude. And the girls, in my opinion, they notice. Maddie notices and says something to Kaylee.
Okay.
And that's why Kaylee kind of half looks but doesn't.
Like she doesn't want to be.
Yeah, like they're at a bar or something. She's like, "Hey, that guy's staring at you. Where? 3 o'clock."
Yeah, I got you.
So you look 1 o'clock.
Yep. Okay, so I see who they got circled there. Back here. Okay. This is really interesting, you guys.
Yeah, Unravel did a great job. She's awesome. I didn't know she made content until a few
Is
days
that guy
ago.
going back and forth that he's the dark clothes, he's kind of uncomfortable? Maybe he's the guy that I see later.
Which one?
See the guy with the white across his chest and that light writing and dark hair, kind of chunky. He's real nervous, back and forth. I don't know if he's cold or nervous.
Okay, yeah.
He may move. That might be the guy that I saw. He put his hood over his head, and then he walked away towards the truck. He looked about that size. I don't know.
Creepy
if it's
shit going on. It almost is like they were followed at different points.
Now he's looking at his phone. Why?
Yeah.
He's checking the time. Why?
Very, very interesting.
You know, especially if you look at it as being the invite for the extra.
Might be that guy that you just circled that I see walk away. He's got a dark jacket. He's all black when he turns around. Okay, the guy with the black shirt, he left. He got his food and left.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. I've never seen this before. I mean, I've looked at this, but I never noticed that. You know what I mean?
Well, you and Eddie were talking about it, and I was like, well, shit. It's right up.
Okay, so why is that guy with the brown hat? He's like really chummy with Woody Hot guy. He's trying to fit in.
Yeah, we did Once Upon a Crime. We went into this a while back. I just haven't had time to go into it. Or will be tonight, though. Are you busy tonight, Daga?
Say that again, buddy.
Are you busy tonight?
No. Hold on a minute, guys.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm waiting for the guy with the dark, because I can see the guys that get out of the view in the bottom, top left. And then a guy, very heavy set guy, I don't know, 350 pounds, 300, black hoodie, all black, noses in the same direction. Hangs he comes from out of the back. He was hanging.
So do we have any kind of a knowledge to who this person is?
We can't see if it's black.
No, yeah,
they're definitely creeping the scene, though. That's for sure.
Oh, is that what you told me about who that was and who they were and so on and so forth?
Yeah.
Where did that come from in your mind for that idea? Something you put together, or?
There's a couple other people you're not into that circle. Todd and Val, she went off the other way, but towards Brian did it. But there's another girl, Pearl and Star. We're all mediums.
Oh, no. And don't get me wrong. Don't be ashamed to say if you were worried about saying that. I'm not against that by any means. So. Okay,
so we all got the same, a little bit of each of the story, and kind of just all fits together.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting.
And they're covering for somebody, a judge. Someone got judge and someone got police officer.
Isn't that all?
Damn, I just realized.
The two younger ones are involved are related to a judge and a police officer, I believe. We believe. The other one, he's the leader, the older guy. He's the mechanic. He stinks.
You know what I just realized?
What's that, bud?
Okay, you know how Jack was always kind of chilling back, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, check this out. I don't know. It just made me think of it right now.
You're talking about Showalter, right?
Right, and I'm thinking about all these creepy people in the background.
Mhm.
What if fucking Jack was keeping his fucking distance because he knew what the fuck was going to go on, and he
Listen.
didn't want to appear like he was really aligning himself with those girls as these fucking people were creeping that he fucking knew were creeping.
Remember the other night when I said to you, like, I thought it was real super suspicious that Showalter took off that night and went all the way to his parents' house at 3 o'clock at 4 o'clock in the morning, whatever the hell time it was. Why? So it made me wonder, did he know something that he claimed, that we don't know that he knows?
Like he's keeping his distance.
Yeah, I watched him the whole night at this grub truck thing, guys. We've tore this grub truck apart I don't know how many times. And it made me wonder, like, because especially at the end here, when the two girls walk away and Vito looks at him like, hey, your girls are gone. He looks over, shrugs his arms, and then he looks over to his left as if he's looking at somebody, and then he takes off. That's bothered me from the first time I ever watched this video.
And anytime he's following them, he's next to somebody else.
Yes.
He's not next to the girls. He's next to the hoodie, guy that she was pointing out a minute ago. Now he's chilling next to Carhartt.
Like he's that big guy. That's who that is. That's the guy I'm talking about.
Yeah,
the guy with the tan jacket.
No, the other guy. The guy when they were placing their order, he was standing next to somebody else too, though.
Oh yeah, okay.
He's standing next to somebody else that whole time, not even acting. And then when they say goodbye, he doesn't even make it look like he even fucking knows who they are.
Right.
See, the two guys are going to leave, and then that other guy.
Why would you act that way if you're supposedly getting back together with your girl?
Wait a minute.
You're going to let her walk off, and especially intoxicated, you're going to let her walk off and not even act like you fucking know her?
Yeah, but
don't see.
That dude is not. That's not. Neither one of those girls were his girlfriend, dude.
See how he's hanging back there? He came back around. He's hanging there with his hands in the pocket, and then
no, not the Carhartt.
Go follow those two guys. Here,
Jack Showalter. Hold on a second, ma'am. This guy here.
Oh, it's not Jack D.
Who is it?
No. That's Jack Showalter. That's not Jack D. Yeah, I thought
I need a fucking nap.
No, hon. No, I was asking.
No, I need a nap.
Who you were.
Who's he though? Because he's the guy. He's the mechanic, the stinky guy.
I need a damn nap.
This dude right here with the brown jacket on.
Your cursor's on him. Yeah. Who is that?
Oh yeah, I have no idea who that is. I just thought he was some weird dude that was standing there.
Well, he is the weird dude. He's the guy that.
Yeah.
Make him back again. It's weird. See, and now he's
going
to go to the truck.
That guy right there is involved.
Right there, there he goes. He's going to go to the white truck.
That guy is. Wow, I'd have never put him in anything. He's awfully awkward.
Well, that's why he's doing it. He's into this satanic crap. So Showalker, I knew there was something up with him when they had the call for the noise. He clung to her like a suction cup. He's her handler. He's her handler. He's involved in the whole drug ring. That's why he's always at that house.
You mean Hunter Johnson?
I'm going to tell you the easiest way to make money at home, and you 100% have.
Sorry, you mean Hunter?
Right on.
You mean Hunter Johnson?
Yeah.
I need to make money. No, you said Showalker. Yeah. He is a handler. In the first, when she comes out, Kaylee and the police come and she says, "You know why I'm here?" And she says, "Yeah, noise."
Yeah, that's Hunter Johnson, hon.
Oh no, I have a really bad feeling about. Is that who that is? I have a feeling about.
Yes, that is Hunter Johnson. He's always there in everything we've ever seen. Hunter Johnson is in everything, guys.
He's a handler.
Even the body.
He's a handler. He's handling them. He's been hired to handle them. He's good looking. He can get close to them.
And he's the guy that is Ethan's best friend as well.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. So explain to me, not to sound ridiculous here, the definition of what a handler is in this situation.
Mm-hmm. You want me to say?
Yeah,
like that
you were gonna say
drug
something
hub
about handler.
stuff. Is that what you're talking?
Is that,
like in Hollywood, they say, oh, that's not real. That's you're imagining that, and then they kind of guide them to what they want to do and keep them in line. You know what I'm saying? And then keep them from opening their mouths and whatever. Plus, they're close because they can inform anyone, if they're going to be doing any of that. And I am sure he called about Kaylee being in town with that car because she owed them some money, and they assumed it was their money. They got mad. They said, I'm sick and tired of them calling me over here, and I can't get my money. And then they just decided to go ahead and do that.
Wow. Okay.
And they've done this before. One guy's from Texas. He's from Texas, and he's been in the jail in northern Idaho before. He's got out recently. He was over at at a billiards place prior to the corner. He was at the corner bar.
Okay.
The guy was at the corner bar. So, and all these people were at the corner bar. So they were actually, he goes by different names. So I don't know. He goes by two names.
And Hunter Johnson is the one that was the guy he was the kid that called 911 when this all went down.
Yeah, he's probably the one who cleaned everything up too. He was there.
I've had other people mention him in the past that they have had bad feelings about him. A lot of people actually that say that they're uncomfortable with him, and I just, I the only thing I saw of him that was real, like a real interaction with him, was at the memorial when he was talking. He kind of seemed like he was pretty broken up over what was going down or what went down. He was, crying a little bit, trying to hold it back. But I'm not saying that was.
I don't think he knew they were going to kill them. I think he just thought they were going to go get the money from them.
Like a shakedown type scenario.
Yeah, and I think that he was really blown away. He didn't want them dead. Of course, I think he still somewhere cared about them.
Yeah. No, I get it. This is an interesting.
He didn't do it, but he informed them where they were.
Your microphone is breaking up really bad and crackly. I don't know if you knew that or not.
So with that, how do you? So with all that putting into what took place afterwards, how do you think BK is tied into all that with the?
I don't think he is.
Sheath? What do you think about the sheath?
How do you think they got his name there?
Yeah.
Police. They had them people putting it out there, of course. Because they're trying to lead you off the wrong path.
A patsy or what? Is that what you mean?
Like he was the fall guy?
He wasn't involved, but maybe it was a distraction.
Okay.
Like you say, fall guy, a distraction.
Yeah. Okay.
They thought that it would just take everything off of this case so that everybody would follow that one. Seemed a bigger case. It did. But
gotcha.
But because but why would you shoot someone who wasn't trying to shoot the police? So they thought they would pick it up. Somebody would pick it up, NCAA or somebody would pick that up and run with it.
So where do you think he was at then?
Who?
With BK. When it comes to the cell phone being turned on and turned off and
no, I think they set him up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those two kids or whatever kids. I don't think he was living there with them. Probably temporarily.
Like he was part of a group or something and didn't know that he was the one that was going to be used as a...
I don't think he knew he was going to be used. There's a lot of crazy crap going on in that town since the 1800s.
Yeah.
Money in the middle of nowhere. Why?
I need to go there then. Shit.
There's
right.
If it's in the middle of nowhere, damn.
There's everyone's talking about it, and I'm kind of feeling that maybe that's true. There's a lot of satanic stuff.
I've heard a lot of that. I'll be honest.
Child prostitution, things like this, stuff that's been going on for a long time in that town.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of that. I think a lot of us have, other people that we have involved that are looking at different things have come back with different information that, it's quite interesting to hear.
That could blow up that town. They need to keep that. It's not the college; it's the other stuff. They don't need that coming out and all the news coming in there.
Do you think that the
enrollment?
Yeah, that's exactly what I think it is behind this is everybody's protecting the college to keep the enrollment up so that the money stays there. That's another big thing. Do you think that the Christ Church has anything to do with any of this?
The what?
The Christ Church, the big issue with the church out there?
I don't think so. I think that's just another distraction someone put out there.
Something else. Okay. Well, I mean, it is weird. A lot of people have come to me and saying that there's a lot of weird stuff with the church, but a lot of people have also said that they're not involved in this situation at this point. So,
no, I think they're the good people in it. Always evil wants to say the good's doing bad.
Gotcha.
I don't think so. I think that's why the police stopped those kids with the stickers.
Yeah.
Because they're really getting ticked off at the church because they want to find out with everything going on the last 4 years, there's more awareness.
Right.
And so they're onto it. And so their eyes are open and they want them to stop because they like what they're doing.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. Gotcha.
The evil likes what they're doing. They're not, there's a lot of money in it. So.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
More than that and that kind of stuff than the drugs. The drugs are part of it, but.
Yes, ma'am.
I think these people are involved. Maybe some of them are in that.
So you think that the whole basis, the motive per se, is drug related then?
I think so. Listen, he couldn't cut a fish. He's
yeah, I know.
Everybody that I know that is a vegan won't even touch meat.
We just talked about that yesterday. Absolutely.
Blood. They won't touch blood. Period.
I know.
Any blood.
I know. Those are the little things that make me look away from him. You know what I'm saying?
That's a big thing. It's not a little. That's a.
Well, there's bigger. There's bigger things that made me look away from him, but you add those little things into it. Yeah, you know what I mean. You add these little things into it, and it's like, well, there's that too, and then there's this, and then there's that, and that's what's made me look, away from him. But
how about the gloves? We're all using gloves the last 4 years.
Oh yeah.
And he's a germophobic. Of course, I don't touch my garbage can. Yesterday there was maggots on it.
No. Oh yeah, with this heat out here, I get it. What do you think about the sheath at this point then?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he was working at the police department, so they had access to him. They had the keys. The university is involved, so they had the keys to his apartment. They still haven't. It doesn't matter if you have a sheath. You don't even know. Like we said, we don't even know it. You've got to have the knife to know it belonged to the sheath.
Exactly.
And people put a different knife in a different sheath, so that's no big deal.
Right.
That's something that doesn't make it the knife, and they don't have a receipt of any knife, or that we'd have known by now.
Okay.
Before the gag order, they already had done the search. We would have known. So.
Yeah.
I think that they're trying to do now here. How can you have DNA, no DNA, and then you have such a touch is not even enough to do a DNA test. So how would you send it to a second lab and it said no DNA, couldn't get the they couldn't get the DNA.
Yeah, the first lab, the first lab had nothing, so they sent it off to the second lab, and then they came up with something.
Because they put something on it. It was after the search of his apartment.
Okay.
So they could take something that they picked up over there and touch it onto that. If you have to have so much DNA on an object in order to get a real good test. So the second one wouldn't have anything because you already used the tiny bit that was over there in the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Because you take it off, and then after you tested it, you can't test that anymore. It's done. That DNA you can't test it again. Whatever you used, so
Gotcha.
you have to have more. Now remember, So you got to remember that. I think that's why they won't give the DNA testing, because they didn't do any DNA testing, because they didn't have any DNA left. I don't even think they ever had any DNA.
Okay.
So because we had none, all of a sudden you do, and you're not going to have enough to do a second test. So I don't think they did it all. This is why they can't give the test, because it never was done, because there is no DNA.
Right. Okay.
Period. And then they arrested a guy on DNA that they don't have.
Yeah. We've had issues with that too, trying to figure out how it all went. Yeah, it's definitely off. I agree with you on that one for sure.
They didn't count on Ann Taylor.
I don't think they did either. I'll be honest with you. I don't think that they thought that this. I mean, I know the prosecution knew who she was, knows who she is, but I don't think they counted on
her being a lawyer.
Yeah, and they counted on a public defender being as strong as she is. You know what I mean?
There's some crappy public defenders. I think they were counting on one of those.
Very possibly.
And then he could say that I didn't get a good defense anyhow. So that's why they put Ann on there, and they didn't expect that. They just thought they'd take their word for it. And Payne has no experience whatsoever, and he's a lead. So I really think that Payne has something to do with this. And I'm sorry, Lana, I think that Payne girl is related, cousin or something. She didn't research it yet. So I don't think the FBI girl is a relative.
The one that lives across the street from Brian's family?
Yeah, I know it's coincidental. I know it's reaching, but it's just, Payne is not a common name. Both in police, runs in the family. Your family, if you're a police officer, everyone's a police officer. And I just feel funny. I don't know what she looks like, but I'm getting a picture of dark hair. She's got dark hair.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've never seen her.
But that's the picture I get in my head of what this woman looks like.
Mm-hmm.
That lived across from his parents.
Okay. Yeah, it was kind of interesting to hear about that. And then, we tried to look at it a little bit, and it comes up that there's no relation, but you don't know. You know what I mean? So I can understand that.
Well, here's the thing also, someone just put, somebody had commented. The garbage, I also said the garbage cans. If they took DNA, they went on somebody's property, they admitted to it. Well, it's not public to the public until it hits the street. So they admitted they went on the property to get that DNA. This is why they can't use it, because they did not get it legally.
Right.
Without a search warrant. They did it without a search warrant. They went and stole it out. And we don't really know that it was in the neighbor's garbage can. Because they're going to say that that they saw that, because if they say they were on his property and picked up that garbage. Now, that's nothing unusual. My kids put garbage in little zipper bags all the time on their desk and stuff, because they collect a lot of garbage. So I don't find that to be weird. But okay. I do believe that they collected it illegally. So they can't use any. So they absolutely have no evidence. Gotcha. Not even a car. Not with this new video.
Yeah, I've always found it hard to believe. I think most people do. I know me and CJ have talked about it before, that if this man went in and unalived 4 people, that there's not even, I don't care how good you are at cleaning something, that there's not even a speck of some sort of DNA in that vehicle, or on anything else that he's touched or belongs to. That's an issue that I think a lot of us have had. Okay.
Why do you think the police doesn't want to use that video you guys just showed the last few days? Because they have to change timeline, and then that shows a different white vehicle with the sunroof. Yeah.
So what do you think the timeline is?
I always felt it was earlier.
A lot of us do.
And Todd thought so too when he was doing a reading. He thought it was a lot earlier. But he got this. This is interesting. You got to go watch Todd. A lot of people are putting it on there to go listen to him.
What is his name? What is his name?
Oh, God.
I'm going to hop out real quick, buddy. Thank you for letting me come up.
Oh, you leaving?
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I need to take a nap, dude. I need to take a nap.
All right. Have a good one.
My brain is mush. It's mashed potatoes.
Gotcha. Well, thanks for being here, bud. I appreciate you.
Oh, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, his name is I always forget Todd's last name. Siegel.
Oh, okay.
He also got 3 guys, which blew me away because I got the same thing. But he got a truck. He got a white truck too. But he got that they live in Washington and they live pretty far away. But one of the guys does work. Now he got like a redhead and he got a blonde and then he got the stinky part of it, the mechanic. But
Did
he
he ever
got that
come up with?
he got that they went out to breakfast right afterwards. How about that? They didn't even clean up.
Right. So did you? Let me ask you something. You said he got a redhead, right?
Yes, and so did this other girl that I know. She got a redhead, a younger guy.
Did they get any? Did they get it like maybe 20s, 30s, mid 20s, early 30s, maybe?
One is in the 20s, one's in the 30s, and the other one is looked like he was like 19 or 20 and early.
Okay. Did he come up with any? Did any names come out that he had gotten when he was talking about these people?
No, he didn't. I don't
Like
think so.
maybe a Scott when he was talking about the redhead. Nothing like that.
Actually, I think he did. Is that the guy? Maybe that's the guy from Texas.
Texas. Okay.
One of them is from Texas. He's from money. His family has money, but
Like
they don't like him because
attorneys.
Yeah.
Okay. I know somebody in here knows where I'm going with this, or maybe a couple of you know where I'm going with this. That's something I looked into in the very beginning, and I looked pretty good, and then I walked away from it. But
one is blonde, one is redhead, and one's with dark hair.
okay, he also said one of them had bad breath and body odor. Okay.
And I think the younger one's real, in my view, what I see my mind's eye, as they say, is he's smaller in stature. He's like not heavy. He's not heavyweight. He's not heavy.
Okay.
Like you know how, but the older guy is heavy.
Yeah. No, I got you.
And then I think one guy seems to me to be tall.
Understand. Okay.
Tall. I just see tall, but I don't know how tall. What's depending on what I might think is tall, or by my height or something.
Yeah. Listen, don't get me wrong. I've never really went into the medium thing or any of that stuff. It's not, and nothing against you guys by any means. I have nothing but the utmost respect for you. It's just not a direction I've ever used.
I was just gonna say, you use it every day. I watch you. You're using it.
Yeah.
You and your friend are using it. Yeah. People don't realize it.
Right. You know what I mean, though. I don't think into it like I should.
I don't meditate. It just comes to me. It's not something like other people do. That means you know it's real. Got you.
Thank you, Stevie. I appreciate that, buddy. So, by the way, what was your name again, hon?
Tina,
I can't. Velez?
Yes.
Okay. That's who's on panel, guys.
And I'm not online like people have charge people or do any of that or do readings. I don't do that.
Yeah, right. Crystal, that's right. That's one of them. Sounds like the guy from the trailer park they were talking about at one point.
Oh, you're right. He was living in a trailer, but now he's living in a house. The trailer is on property, and he's lived. I forgot all about that.
Yes,
I forgot all about that. But he's got a girlfriend or something.
Yeah, definitely.
I think his family's living with parents, or maybe they died, and that's why he moved in the house. I don't know. But then at that time, he was living in the trailer, but you never know, maybe unlived his family.
Right. No, I understand. I do. Like I said, I may not definitely go the direction that you guys do, or at least purposely do it. But I do have respect.
That guy in the trailer, I think, is the mechanic.
Okay, yeah, and I've heard that too. There's the one that caught my attention the most is the redhead.
Yeah, that just made me. I can't see his face, so I don't know if it's Jack or not. That's kind of weird because Jack's alibi, as Kim says, is not real. So I really don't know. I don't know that intuitively, so I can't tell you.
I got you.
With
Okay.
Jack, so maybe Jack is innocent if I'm not getting anything from Jack.
No, I understand. I understand.
I don't know.
Absolutely. I appreciate it.
I'm not gonna point my finger to him because I ain't got nothing.
Right. No, absolutely. I get it. I appreciate thank you very much. And I appreciate your thoughts and theories and all that very much so. I appreciate you very much.
Hopefully you can confirm some other things I know, and I'll just keep you guys.
Yeah.
Keep watching you guys. Thanks a lot for.
Sounds great. That sounds great, Miss Ma'am. Thank you so very
All right,
much. I
you're
appreciate
welcome.
your time.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye. Well, that was interesting. I've never really talked to anybody like that about that scenario, but I appreciate that very much so. Yeah. Oh, there you are. I wondered where you went. I didn't even know you were gone. Everybody left me. It's okay. It's okay. I'm here by myself. No big deal. Yeah, the redhead scenario is something we looked at in the early beginning that was brought to me based on another theory. It was kind of interesting. Very interesting. There's two different Bonnie Messick. There's two different redheads that we've kind of looked at in a sense. Okay. I don't know. But I did have. We were gonna. I think everybody got to see. 1 second here. All right, real quick here. Who sent me emails so that I can check those real quick? No, I know, Molly, hun. I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not downgrading it at all. I've never gone that direction before, but that's not to say that I don't believe that it could be right at all. You know what I'm saying? I just have never done it. She doesn't have a channel, guys. She said she doesn't do that kind of thing, but this Todd Siegel, I guess he does. So yeah, no, I understand that completely, Molly. Okay. You're welcome to come back up if you want. If not, don't worry about it. So it's been talked about in the beginning of this, and then it was brought back up most recently. Actually, it's kind of interesting that she said this. And I'm just curious what anybody may think about this. Does anybody remember, you guys? Again, yeah, the link's pinned in the chat if anybody wants to jump up here and have a conversation and listen to. Absolutely, Mr. John. I appreciate you for that. Thank you. And I appreciate any of you guys that are in here hanging out with us. Like I said, it's your guys' day to put your theories, thoughts, and opinions out there. So please. But does anybody remember a name that was brought out months and months and months ago? The first name was Scott. Yes, thank you so very much, Mr. John. You are appreciated, sir. More than you know. Anybody that's donated, by the way, thank you so very much. You are all so very wonderful. I appreciate you more than you know. All right. Don't worry about it, Mama Bear, like I said. Okay. Yeah, who just said that? Jules. Prime time. Yeah. There was a name. Scott Cleary. That was the name. Scott Cleary. Thank you, JB. Yes. Does anybody else remember that? Obviously, JB does. Who is a redhead. That's been talked about again recently, too. Okay. Most recently. Okay. There was a girl that Hannah's brother. Yes, Mama Bear. That's who that was. Hannah Cleary's brother, Scott. Again, thank you, Adam and Proton. Hannah Cleary lived with, and anybody that knows this better than me can correct me if I'm right or if I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Lived with Scott Cleary, Pat, not Perky. But we know who Perky is too. But Hannah Cleary lived in another place with Maddie, I believe it was. Okay. I think so. I think so, Kim. I might be wrong, but I think you're right about that. Okay. And Hannah, sadly, unalived herself. Okay. And it was talked about by one of her other roommates that she did it due to bullying because she was bullied pretty bad. Well, I'm not gonna put it out there who was accused of bullying her because I just at this point I'm not gonna do that. Okay, because we don't have any concrete proof that happened. Proof. I'm sorry. So. I did, yeah. Correct me if I'm right. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is what I was trying to say. Thank you, JB. I'm a little tired, guys. My apologies. Thought there's a connection between Hannah and Dylan. That's correct. There was. Wakinyan Tonka. Sorry about that. But there, it was talked about to me that Dylan and Hannah were friends. Okay. That came to my attention. Whether that's true or not, I can't tell you for sure. Okay, these are things that we can't get every bit of every detail on it. Mr. Danger Zone, Scott Cleary, alleged driver of original vehicle from A&W cell phone photo of security footage. Thank you, sir. So, thank you, Susan. I appreciate you. You know, yeah, that's what it would. That's one thing, Patty. It really wasn't a suicide, and if it was because she was pushed that way, and so on and so forth. So, you're right, Salty. Again, that's another thing that I have issue with. So, I don't know. You know, some of these things are interesting to think about in a sense. You know, this is all 1005% speculative theory. It's nothing that is real, true, or factual at all, but it's based on certain other facts, guys. And that's why I don't really talk about a lot of this kind of stuff because I don't like to bring things out that I don't know are factual for sure. But these are things that have been brought to my attention, talked about in other realms. You know what I mean? So, and I've seen them in other shows too. I think, yeah, you're absolutely right, Danger Zone. I think they need to take Dylan into a room by herself with two officers and really interrogate her without take the kid gloves off and do it the right way. That's a huge opinion that I've had for a while now, long while. You know what I'm saying? Got you, Brian. Well, yeah, I've seen that, Joe. I think that was out of respect for the family that was put out like that. We've heard other things, and if he's right, then he's right. You know, I'll give respect where respect is due. Well, that's been talked about too. Don't dive that he had mentioned that he was going to do that at some point, but I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know, and I don't like to speculate things like that if I don't know for a fact. So it was just interesting to me that was talked about. And that's interesting as well, Laurel. Thank you. Yeah, I've heard that as well. I've very much so heard that a lot, actually, Rumsey. Interesting. Yeah, he was too. Oh, yeah, definitely. And his brother and Ethan. That's correct. I've heard that as well. There's a lot of this, guys. A lot of this. A lot of connections. A lot of things that were kept quiet and this and that and everything else. Kim says that Hannah did not commit suicide. Okay. David Clayton says accidental overdose. Okay, I'm not sure. I guess her other roommate though had an issue with how she passed on. Yeah. I don't know, you guys. It's kind of crazy now that I think of it. Very crazy. Um, no, Tabby, I don't believe she did. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Who, me?
There you are.
Yeah, I can. Sorry, I was looking at chat. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. You might want to turn the background down a little bit. I can still hear it coming through. Just a
Oh,
little.
wow. Okay. Let me see.
No, it's okay. Welcome back. Good to have you here.
Thank you. Is that better?
Yes, ma'am. That's wonderful.
Okay. Okay. I was just turning down the volume on my headset. Um is Jules around today? Because there is something or is there anybody in here who knows like the PCA like the back of their hand? Because there was something that was mentioned on another channel, Bethany Funk, like it has to do with her.
Okay.
Hey Patty. You guys, you do you remember the PCA, Dago?
For the most part, and if not, I can pull it up if you need me to.
Okay, there is.
I know Jules is here. She says I'm here.
Hi, Gaia. Um, what do you call it? There was something that was mentioned that said, do you remember when the police initially kept making a big deal about where Ethan and Xana had been all night? They didn't know
Yes.
where they had been, and that
Yes.
went on for quite a while, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the PCA does state that they had interviews, like it was more than one, with Bethany and Dylan, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And then they got from Bethany that Bethany was at the frat party with Ethan and Xana, and something about 145.
Um,
Thank you.
you're making me think. I'm working on it. Like CJ's been saying all day. My brains are mush. Jules, what was talked about in there about the 145 timeline? Do you remember?
There's something
You,
about 1 a.m. and 145, like there's a
there it is.
discrepancy
She
in what
said, yeah,
Bethany said.
145 is what time they are stating Ethan and Xana got to the house. There it is.
Hmm. And then that Xana's father had spoken to her on the phone at, I
At
think,
midnight.
midnight.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
she said that they were at home, like
And
watching
I even
movies or
said,
something.
yes, I even said, I questioned that because
Hmm.
college kids are college kids. They're going to tell their parents what they think their parents want to hear to know that
Hmm.
they're safe. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So, what do you think?
She was basically, so this other creator that I saw was basically saying that there was something funky in Bethany establishing their timeline when for the longest time nobody knew exactly where they were.
Yeah,
And
that's a good
and
point.
oh, I'm sorry, I forgot this part. People at the frat party said yes, they remember seeing Ethan and Xana between 8 and 9 p.m., but nobody remembers seeing them after 9.
Mm, yeah, that's right. And well, I do know that he went to the. Okay, it stated that Ethan went to the Hunga Dunga Brewery, but it never said where Xana was. Now I don't know if
Mhm.
they were together or if she went off and did something separately. He did that, and I don't know the
Mhm.
exact time that was done. Welcome, Dan. Good to have you here, bud. Um, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but yeah, that's always been kind of a what's going on situation. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Um, do you have some kind of a theory or?
No, I don't really have a theory. I just thought, that you guys know this PCA like the back of your hand,
Yeah.
and that maybe you had like a quick explanation of why there seems to be a discrepancy with Bethany placing them at that party the entire time until about 1:45, but everybody at the party is saying no, we only saw them between 8 and 9 and we don't recall seeing them after 9. And then
Okay.
I remembered the other guest that you had who said, "Oh, they went to some other bar. There was some sort of fight, something that was near the corner club or across from the corner club." So
Yeah.
it's like, wait a minute.
The Moose
There's
Lodge.
the Moose Lodge, right, right.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, there's a discrepancy. So, but they're saying that basically they set Ethan and Xana's timeline based off
Mm-hmm.
of what Bethany said.
Mm, exactly. Exactly. And I've had an issue with that
Hmm.
for quite a while. Oh, wait a minute. Here we go. Can you hear me, Dan?
I can hear you.
Oh, there we go. Welcome. Good to have you. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, absolutely. I've had issue with that dolphin for like a long time. Okay.
Hmm.
I didn't feel like Xana was home at midnight for some reason. Mountain Mama, good to see you here. Thank you. What was that comment I just saw? They said Bethany was home earlier, but she also said they didn't leave until 1:45, something like that. Right. Sigma Chi confirmed. Okay, Sigma Chi confirmed on Watch the Obsession that Ethan was in a fight. Yes, we did know that. So there was a fight that Ethan had that night at the frat house, and then obviously they left and went somewhere else.
Hmm.
Oh man, and yeah, you're right. No one else remembered seeing them after 9 p.m. at the frat house. Wow, I wonder. Does anybody know when Ethan was at the Hunga Dunga Brewery thing? If that was earlier on in the day, in the evening, or if it was later on? See,
Is
that's
that
the
the
one.
thing with his sister?
No, that is something completely different.
That's another night.
Yeah, the sister. No, it was the same night, I guess. But his sister. That was the frat party. Okay, it was before the frat party. Thank you, Jules. That's the one
Okay.
thing I could never get understand, so that I could range everything else in my mind as to where it was. Okay, so mm, that is that. Yeah, I say I haven't thought about this like this in a while. It was something I was thinking about, but I let go because of something else that popped up.
Hmm.
Do you have anything that you could add into that, Dan, or did you have something completely different? Maybe you didn't hear me. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Jules. He was with his sister before the frat party and then went to the frat thing with Xana.
Hmm.
There we go. Okay. That did make more sense. So, when did the fight happen? Was it when he was with his sister or was it when he was with Xana?
I thought it was at the frat house,
He
at
went
the
to the
party. The
party and
fight?
then the frat thing. Wait, there was two different frat scenarios or they were both at the same place? Wait a minute. The sorority event was at Hunga Dunga. Okay. So one was sorority, one was he was at the sorority thing with his sister, and the frat party was Xana. I get it now. Okay, that
Okay.
makes sense. There we go. I was a little confused. Okay, he was at the frat party with Xana when the fight happened. Got you. Okay, and then they left there, and that was around 9, right? 9:30. And so then did they go home then, or did they go somewhere else before they went home?
Well, see, that's the thing. So your other guests said, oh, they must have left at 9 because walking there or taking a car there would have been like, what did she say? 6 minutes or something to get to the Moose Lodge. Something happened at the
Yeah.
Moose Lodge, blah, blah, blah. But then it's like, so wait a minute. If they went to a completely different location, why is that not in the PCA? Because the PCA, I think, makes it seem like they were at that frat house the whole time. And it almost made it seem like, um, from what Bethany said, Bethany, Xana, and Ethan like all came home together. Or am I
Yeah.
mistaken?
The Moose
Um,
Lodge. Go ahead, Diego.
Hmm.
no, you're all right. Please, you go ahead.
I think I saw something yesterday about an incident at the Moose Lodge where 911 was called because there was a drunk guy. There was an axe throwing portion, and then
Yes.
this drunk guy had the police called on him, and then was pretty angry. And then the next day, there's pictures of him and this other guy with scratches all over his face.
Yeah. And you're right. And here's the thing with the Moose Lodge scenario was not actually the Moose Lodge. From what we've been understanding, is it was actually the Corner Club in the back parking lot. But the Corner Club kind of did this and said, we're not going to touch that, because if you get called, if you have a liquor license, the police call you or get called on you, it goes against your liquor license. So they kept it the Moose Lodge, which was not open, I guess. And it was in that parking lot over there is where the police were called to. So, yeah.
Is that something? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, yeah, that it's something I had heard. So go ahead.
Is that something that Adam wouldn't have been privy to, that Maddie might have seen out back having a cigarette or something and then told him about? That might have been what Kaylee was referring to.
To organize your information and put it
by
file.
Thank you, honey. All right. I got binders. It's very possible, Dan. That's, I've never looked or thought about it like that. That's a good point. I like the way you guys think. You guys are critical thinking is awesome. I love it. Go ahead. Yeah, I hear you're getting ready to say something. Go for it.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry. I just didn't want to interrupt. What Dan just said reminded me of something else that was mentioned too. The whole what did, Maddie say to Adam conversation. Like, you guys were looking at the car the other night, and I think I was in chat, like, talking about it and asking some people about it. And I kept wondering, had anybody watched the Gonzalez documentary on Chronicles of Olivia? I
Oh,
hadn't seen it, so I started going through it because I could have sworn I remembered Steve saying, on an interview that, oh, that was just, conversation, blah, blah, blah. It was nothing, Adam is the bartender. Adam is Jack D's roommate. Steve sort of dismissed it. In that documentary, they go kind of like more into detail. They said that Kaylee was trying to get back together with Jack D. So we know that Kaylee was at the corner club talking to Jack D. Steve Gonzalez even says, you notice that she was right there in Jack D's face, and Jack Showalter like was over to the side. Like, Kaylee was more comfortable with Jack,
yeah.
D, and she was trying to get back together with him. And that the what did Maddie tell Adam is that Kaylee had said to Maddie, "Hey, I think I want to get back to Jack. Get back together with him because." And they mentioned the date, the Tinder date or whatever it was, where the guy
Yeah.
called her a B and told him, told her to go make a burrito or whatever. So,
Right.
and she had told her mom, I'm never going to find another guy like him. He's never cursed at me, never treated me bad, blah, blah, blah. Right. So that I guess she had come to a decision that she wanted to get back together with him. So they were talking about that, and Maddie had told Adam about Kaylee wanted to get back together with Jack D. And, I think Kaylee was like kind of like upset about it, like, oh no, like, why did you tell him? So that's what her, reaction is supposed to be. And then I said, okay, that makes sense. But when we were on CJ's stream like hours ago, I thought
Yeah.
about it. I said it, and then I said, but wait a minute. Showalter said they're going to get you for that or something to
Right.
that effect. How does that relate to her, getting back together with her boyfriend? So I was like, something's off about that. So now I'm
Yeah.
kind of wondering if maybe the Gonzalez's have been told, hey, put this little story out that was really about nothing, not, much ado about nothing. So
Yes.
people won't still focus on that.
Yeah. Right.
Because they also, in the documentary, Steve also said that the FBI had come to him and told him, hey, you need to slow down. You and your
Yes.
family, we know that you're investigating, you're going full speed
You're going
ahead.
ahead of us. Right.
Right. And we need to do it slowly, blah, blah, blah. So I'm thinking if they told him you need to slow down, and everything, that they probably also said you need to lie about what that conversation was really about. The bank CCTV footage.
Oh yeah.
So So then I thought, okay, so if she was really thinking about getting back together with Jack, she goes home. They've been drinking. They, got their food. They go home. Who hasn't drunk dialed? Like females do it more so
Oh
than
yeah, yeah,
men. But so I was thinking just the way that the calls came, like rapid from Kaylee, and then okay, you tell Maddie you try him and all
yeah,
that. It's like
yeah.
okay, I think that was drunk dialing about that, And then, Steve in the documentary also said that she was basically, he said she was desperate to get back together with him. She was prepared to do anything. She had even
Right.
said to him, kind of like, if you don't call me back, I'll leave early, like, i.e., move to Texas, and I'll take the dog with me. So he said that on the documentary, and I said, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, right.
So, um, yeah, the whole thing about, the Adam and what did you tell Adam and everything. I just wanted to put that out there because they talk about it on the documentary.
Oh, okay. Yeah, definitely.
Which
I
thing being said, Jules?
She said, I don't recall that being said. I don't know what she's talking about for sure. Which part of it, Jules? Yeah, higher ground. There was a redhead found floating in the river, tattooed. I remember that one. That's a different subject, but yeah, I do remember that as well. Which part were you talking about? Eddie says Dolphin, yes, absolutely, is tight-lipped about everything, but when they want misinformation put out, they'll say, let Steve put it into the media. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
interesting. About the ultimatum of answer or I'll leave.
Oh yeah, that's in Chronicles of Olivia. I just saw it last night. If you guys want me to try and find the timestamp in the video, I can do that, and
Yeah,
Dago
that.
can put it up.
Yeah, no problem. That's fine. Whatever's easiest for you guys. Let me see here. That was in the interview that she did, or was that the?
It was in the details are in the Chronicles of Olivia documentary. Steve had been on like News Nation or Fox or something like that, and he had the little snippet where he said, "Oh, those calls were about nothing, blah 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 or whatever," and he dismissed it quickly. Um,
Mhm.
I
yeah,
have
I
a,
saw it last night, Jules. Hold on, let me find it real quick.
Could you
could I share something real quick?
please do, sir?
This just sort of came together, but I was thinking perhaps Maddie and Kaylee were out back, saw something they shouldn't have, reported this stuff that was mistakenly the Moose Lodge. And then when she told Adam, it may have jeopardized not only the liquor license, but whatever shady side business may be going on.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
when she was at the grub truck and saw those guys who were kind of lurking, she may have recognized them from behind the corner club, and that was kind of them following to kind of tie up loose ends and keep an eye on the girls, make sure nobody else found out. I don't know. I'm just thinking of some scenarios here.
Oh, you're good. I'm loving this. This is what I wanted from you guys today, and I sit here. I love to sit and listen to your guys' thoughts. You guys listen to me all day long, every day, and it's like I need to hear from you guys.
That
Um,
seems more like something that Jack Showalter would warn them about rather than a relationship related thing. Even if it
well,
had the ultimatum, I don't think the stakes are murder level.
yeah, yeah, right. That part I agree with about the murder level thing because, um, being that Adam and Jack were roommates, um, I mean, it could be though, because you see, here's the one thing that's always bugged me is to what the two of you were saying is we see the CCTV footage of Maddie and Kaylee standing in front of Jack talking to him. We can't really get any kind of a personal like a reaction off the girls' faces as to what's going on. Jack kind of has a little smirk on his face, so it's hard to say. And then Adam's in the bar
Oh,
that
I'm
night too.
sorry. Let me interrupt you really quick.
Yes, yes,
Steve, her dad, said that when they were at the bar, she was trying to get him to go to another bar or another club
I
or
did hear
something
that.
when
Yeah,
they were
I did hear
standing
that.
there.
Right,
Go
right.
ahead.
He supposedly said he was tired. He didn't want to.
Right. He had worked that day and he was going to go home.
Yeah, yeah. So we see that conversation going on. Showalter is in there too, kind of keeping his distance back away, just standing there. And then they leave. and it Showalter, the girls walking down the road, as we've all heard 1,001 times. You see Maddie is madly texting on her phone, and the tone of her voice tells me she's got some kind of irritation with something. Maddie, what did you say to Adam? And she says, I told Adam everything. And it kind of sounded like matter of factly the way Maddie answered. If I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I took it. Okay.
No, you're not. She was drunk, you know. She was
Well,
like,
bet,
"Oh, I
yeah.
told him everything."
Right. Kind of
Hmm.
like that, little cocky. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying. So the whole walk from there to, and Jack said something in there. I never could clarify exactly what he said. I do believe it is they're going to get you for that or something like that, but I don't like to say that because I didn't clarify it. So, okay, now we get through that and we get them walking up on the grub truck. Now, the whole time that they're there, I don't understand what the hell Showalter was there for to begin with, other than just to walk them there. And we see guys and girls walking by themselves all the time. Well, twos and threes maybe, but the girls were together. Why did they have to have somebody walk with them? Was something that I did? Did he need to do it? Did he offer to do it? Did they ask him to do it? What was it? I'm not sure. Nobody is. But the whole time she's standing there, she orders her food, and then she is on her phone nonstop. The whole time she's on her phone texting madly. Okay. They get their food. They go home at 1:56. They walk in the door, I believe. And then from there on for an hour to 2:56, at some point, they try to call Jack Decor up to 10 times. Both of them did it at some point, right? So he offered. Okay, thank you, Callie Dime. Appreciate that. So they 1:56. Thank you, Jules. I was sure, but I'm not. Sorry, I'm a little tired today. So the texting thing the whole time, were they arguing about something? Somebody says over the dog, whatever it was. Who knows? We don't know for a fact yet. I'd love to know that, but I've not been able to let go of the Adam Jack Decor what was said thing. Something has always led me back to that with this case, and it makes me feel
Yes.
like that has something to do with this whole thing.
I think I may know what, maybe.
I'd love to hear from you, both, any of you, all of you at the
What
same
if
time.
what if Jack S was keeping tabs on the girls, and the nasty guys that left a few minutes earlier or however long earlier had gone over to the King Road house and were waiting for the signal from Jack S. They ambush Kaylee and Maddie almost immediately when they get home. Who knows if they had already done Ethan and Xana at that point, or they did once they
Yeah.
went inside.
Yeah.
And then, because you mentioned that Jack S drove all the way to Boise, and I'm pretty sure that's where Dylan's boyfriend is from. What if the Dylan, Jack, and them were all involved in something, and it wasn't them trying to call Jack D, it was the bad guys trying to call Jack D and entice him to come over, and they planned on unaliving him as well.
Oh, I never had that thought before. So where do you think Adam fits in there then?
Adam, I don't know. I'm kind of crossing theories here. Adam could be some sort of intermediary, or his business might be involved with Quinn's business. There may be some sort of,
Yeah, I've had
slick
a lot of
drug
people
thing going on in the back of the corner club.
Yeah, a lot of people have come to me lately, especially telling me that they feel that Adam is highly involved in what went on, and it's like, okay, I'm looking for it, but I don't see it yet. That's the
Hmm.
problem. So, and Eddie does say as well, why was Jack walking with them and monitoring them? It seemed like he was with them, but they were not with him. Right. It wasn't a mutual situation. He just kind of followed. It almost seems like he kind of followed them. Since, I'm going the same way, I'll just walk with you or something like that. Marina Girl says, didn't Jack D have a new girlfriend? I did hear that Jack D was dating somebody else. I don't know if that's clarifiable or not. Okay. I don't.
Hmm.
Was somebody up here that just dropped in? Dan did. I'm sorry, Dan.
Oh.
So
I think it's just text, Jules, because I was asking the same thing the other day because he came to the parents' house, he showed them, I think, their
yes,
phone or whatever.
yes,
They read the text messages, is what they say. So I linked it and I backed it up to where they first start talking about Jack D. And they start talking about how they vetted him and, how he came there and whatnot. And then kind of like right after that is when they're going to start to talk about that conversation from like in front of the bank and go on from there.
Where is it? Do you know where it's at, Dolphin? Because I have it pulled up.
I when I shared, how the little checkbox, you can check it at the bottom to say start right at this time code. So it's
Yeah.
all ready to go. Just, yeah, when you click the link, it'll start.
Oh, you shared a link somewhere?
In the StreamYard.
Oh, in the private chat.
In the private chat. Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
you're awesome. I didn't even know you did that. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I pulled it up on my own, but you're awesome. Make less work for me.
Yeah, just like when you do things like that and you click share, like right underneath it, the URL, there's a checkbox and you can actually go to the time code. And then when you send the link to somebody, the time code is included in the URL. So they don't have to go 40 minutes forward or whatever. You start right where you want to.
Oh, so you already have it set and ready to
It's
go?
set, ready to go.
Oh my, geez. You want a job? Come on. Good Lord. That's awesome.
I told you I was your unofficial tech support.
I guess so. Good Lord. This is great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh my goodness. And you have a great voice. You know I was going to say.
Thank you.
You knew I was going to say something. Yeah, CJ was just like, God, Lord, she's got an amazing radio voice. You really do. Like, your voice is made for this. It's amazing.
Oh, thanks.
It's great. All right. Okay. So I have that up and it's already set, loaded to the point. I'm going to take a nap. Good God. That's great. I'm just kidding.
I figured it'd be a good place to refresh everybody on what they said about how he got up there. Because I know that there was some confusion. He came up immediately, blah, blah, blah. But no, the police, were talking to him right away and had him, hemmed up for hours and whatnot. So I was like, yeah, it's just like a minute or two or whatever. So it's like a little refresher.
Okay. Thank you much. I'm going to go ahead and give me 1 second here. I'm going to mute this for a second. I have to grab something. I'll be right back and we will start. Thank you so much. Once again, Dolphin. Hold on.
You're welcome. I also think some secret deals have been made between Dylan and Bethany and law enforcement because they had to have known what was going on. And the fact that they didn't report it, actually, a few different channels have said that maybe they gave them some sort of, what's the term? Kind of like an immunity deal, but they said something else. It's called something else. So that they won't charge them for not reporting the
immunity.
crimes.
Yeah, immunity.
But there's a name for it besides immunity.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
And then, and then they testify.
Right. I know exactly what you're talking about. I can't think of it right now.
Oh, wow. And that's the other thing. Jules just said something about the dog. That's the other thing, too. I've been talking about, wait a minute, she didn't get up to go to the bathroom at all, like Dylan, this whole time or whatever, and it totally skipped my mind. If Murphy was like locked in a room and Kaylee like walked him when she got home, this dog hasn't been let out to go to the bathroom. He hasn't been fed in 10 hours? And he wasn't making any noise, wasn't like walking around and whatnot.
Yeah. That's off. Really. I agree. I definitely agree. Wow. Yeah. All right, guys. This is the spot where she was saying to pay attention to this exact spot. We have watched this a couple times, I think, but like I've told a lot of you guys multiple times, we can watch the same interview 35 times and each time find something new in it. So that's why this is important. So thank you once again, Dolphin. And
no problem. You're welcome.
All right.
By the news of Kaylee's passing is her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. Not only has his life been picked apart, he's been scrutinized by social media.
In your heart, he had nothing to do with this.
More than, even just logically. I think that a lot of people assume we're blinded by this individual, but contrary to that, we're very capable of removing our emotions for Jack, which is absolute love, and just looking at the situation logically, looking at this individual in front of us looking at a pattern of behaviors of him that we've seen throughout 5, 6 years. So emotionally, and in our hearts and in our heads and in every sense of the word, it's
Physics.
not
We did a job
thorough.
vetting him.
I asked him to, yes, like, did he have any scratches? Did he have any bruises?
Mm-hmm.
He came here immediately after it happened.
We can prove that he had none.
No, I checked his shoes.
Yeah.
I checked his car. I checked his hands.
I took
I
photos.
checked his neck.
Yeah.
He came over in shorts.
Yeah.
Within hours.
And he was happy for Kaylee.
Yeah.
Whether they were, I think they were close to getting back together. Maybe they weren't. Maybe they were. Whether she was moving without him or not, he had nothing but love.
We went and investigated Adam. What did you tell Adam?
Hang on a second. See, I never caught that part where he says something about Adam. What was that now? Hold on.
Yeah, the volume kind of went out there for a second, but he
Yeah.
said we investigated them. What did you tell Adam? He's talking about the bank video.
Or before that, he said something Adam knew about. Right when she said that, that's when he said something Adam knew about something, and I was like, I never caught that. See, I told you guys, I'll catch something new every time. Let me see here.
We can prove that he had none.
No, I checked his shoes.
Yeah.
I checked his car. I checked his hands.
I took photos.
I checked his neck.
Yeah.
He came over in shorts.
Yeah.
Within hours.
And he was happy for Kaylee.
Yeah.
Whether they were, I think they were close to getting back together. Maybe they weren't. Maybe they were. Whether she was moving without him.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, see, I don't know what I just did there, but when she said that maybe they were close to getting back together, maybe they're not. Did you see Steve's face?
Mm-hmm.
Like no. Like, I don't think he believed that. And I don't think that he wanted to believe that. And that also takes me back to that point. I'm trying, I break everything down, okay?
Right.
That takes me back to the stage at the memorial when Jack walks up on stage and he hugs Christy. Steve kind of like pulled them away and walked ahead of him, kind of looked at Jack like, what the hell is that look on his face? I don't know if I'm reading into that more, but everybody has made a comment about that.
Mm-hmm.
That leads me back to that. Like, it almost makes me feel like there was an issue with Jack to Steve. I mean, they're all right here saying that they vetted him, but I mean, what do you think about that?
Steve also has said, he makes a comment in this documentary about he's been married to Christy. He's like, I've been married to that woman for 27 years. And he's like, and I've said all kinds of things. This is when they're talking about how Kaylee, the date that she went on, the guy called her the B, word, and and whatnot, and she came back and said, Mom, Jack has never said anything. He's never cursed at me, blah, 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 or whatever. And then Steve said, well, yeah, that kid, I've called that kid all kinds of names. I've said all kinds of things to that kid, talking about Jack. So I think Steve does or did have some sort of issue with Jack if he's called him names. In the 6 years that they were together or whatever. So yeah, there's something there. Yeah.
I let that go months ago. Okay. But seeing this again, again, something else. I never paid attention to Steve's face when she said that. Almost, he's like, don't say that. You know what I mean? He's like, no, I don't think so. That's bullshit or something like that is what his face told me. So I don't know. And I don't know what I just did to this video. It looks like it bounced back or something. Like, where are we at here? Let me try something.
Hey, Barbie, can I come to your house tonight?
Oh, that's a commercial. Just wait till the ad in the right corner.
Choreography in a bespoke song. You should stop by.
Or yeah, you can probably move it forward and then.
Barbie, July 21st, rated PG-13.
You'll do a face plant.
It was tall. Yeah. So it was my idea. My mom.
I think it went, did it go back to the beginning or something?
It did. I think it was about 28 or so minutes in, maybe probably like 29 something.
I'm sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
I was trying to pause it and I must have hit it too. Yep, there's Steve's face, so that's where we're at. Okay. That was perfect. That's definitely the face. Like, what the hell are you talking about, Christy? You know what I mean? So, all right.
He said, call me a bitch. And she was like,
oh, back up a little bit.
Is one of them Maddie emoji?
You've missed some.
Part. He's been scrutinized by social media.
You know in your heart he had nothing to do with this.
More than, I mean, even just logically, I think that a lot of people assume
Pause it for a second.
by this individual.
When you play it, if you just tap on your right arrow keys, that'll like fast forward it like, what is it, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, I think. So your left and right arrow key, you can go forward and back, and then that way you won't just like skip over so much.
Yeah. So what's up, Daniel? Definitely, it is definitely a free speech country, but defamation is a real thing you can get sued for. Right, that's a fact. Yeah, I hope that's not directed at me. I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just curious as to what we're talking about, and looking into this. That's all. So I hope that wasn't directed at me personally, because I'm not saying anything bad about anyone. I don't think anybody here is either.
Maybe something in chat. I don't know.
Possibly. Daniel's pretty straightforward. He'll tell me if it's. I'm reading it, Heather. 1 second. Let me see if there's more. Yeah, I'd be careful about saying Jack is in. Oh, yeah, there it is right there. I'd be careful about saying Jack is involved. The gun call was standing behind him. No. I agree. I'm not saying that he's involved. I just said it was a weird the way that Steve reacted to him is all I was saying. But thank you, Daniel. I appreciate what you're saying. By any means whatsoever. I just thought based on this is what I'm saying is it seems that Steve may have had an issue with him is all I'm saying. Not that he did something, is you know what I mean? That's all. But I know what you're doing, Daniel. I appreciate it.
But contrary to that, we're very capable of removing our emotions for Jack, which is absolute love, and just looking at the situation logically, looking at this individual in front of us, looking at a pattern of behaviors of him that we've seen throughout 5-6 years. So emotionally, and in our hearts and in our heads and in every sense of the word, it's
Physics.
not
We did a job
thorough.
vetting him.
I asked him to, did he have any scratches? Did he have any bruises? He came here immediately after it happened.
We can prove that he had none.
No, I checked his shoes.
Yeah.
I checked his car. I checked his hands.
I took photos.
I checked his neck.
Yeah.
He came over in shorts.
Yeah.
Within hours.
And he was happy for Kaylee.
Yeah.
Whether they were, I think they were close to getting back together. Maybe they weren't. Maybe they were. Whether she was moving without him or not, he had nothing but love.
We went and investigated Adam. What did you tell Adam? We went through that whole thing. Adam is about her trying to get back with Jack.
Day
Because they're
one.
roommates.
Day one of this all happening, Jack was right there in the trenches with me, reaching out to people Kaylee had called. Who is
He
this?
spent the first 3 nights here on our couch after he came. He could not leave us.
That's why the FBI agent said, Steve, slow down.
Mm-hmm.
We realize you guys are ahead of us. We realize that you guys have this chain of thought and you're going where we're going. We're an organization and we have to check it a little bit slower than you. And you're just ripping through it and you're ready to tell everyone. He's like, slow down.
And I know it sounds weird that we asked him to show us his arms and stuff if we trusted him so much, but I mean, I think that
people. I think people would look at you negatively if that wasn't your reaction.
And I said, and I looked him in his eyes, and he was crying, and I was crying. I said, I'm so sorry.
We hate doing this too, but we have
but
to.
Can you bro, please?
Yeah.
And he was just like,
nobody's sticking up for me.
Lifted up
And
his
we
shirt,
were sticking up for him.
and I said, okay.
We're
I said,
not
I'm so
blindly
sorry.
stupid parents.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry when your child meets her demise.
And it did not make me feel good either. But I mean, I was just like.
But when people are like, how do we stick up for him blindly? We're not blind.
No.
We have
And we know that
done
kid's
our
heart.
due diligence. We
know
have
his
looked at this stuff.
family.
He's been around my babies when my babies were born. He would watch them for me so that I could go to the grocery store by myself.
Right.
He had nothing but love for Keely and Maddie.
The thing that got me is I love that woman I've been married 27 years with. I've lost my cool. I've said things I shouldn't say. My daughter broke up with him, and within a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, she had an interaction with a date. She said, call me a bitch. And she was like, I've been with one boy my whole life.
And I said, he's never called you. And she's like, never, Mom. And I said, really? And she goes, never. And he said, you could go make me a quesadilla. And she said, what did you say? And she said, I'm leaving. And she goes, and I left. And I went home like, oh, Jack.
She's like, I might not ever find another Jack.
And I'm like, you might not. And I said, honestly.
We would always tell her that, yeah.
Because she's like, she knows I'm a fly guy, but we're still married 27 years, have 5 kids with a happy life. She's like, your dad's definitely calling me some names.
I think it happens in any relationship.
But yeah.
But it's always the people that drive you up the wall are the ones you love the most.
Yeah, right? Yeah, no, she said net, and I was just like, she's like, never.
Yeah.
Never. And I was
We're
just
supposed
like,
to believe he just takes out 4 on his way to. It just seems like a
over
huge
what custody of the dog? Like, there's just
It wasn't all
Kaylee
that.
was leaving.
Kaylee was looking for every excuse for him to pick the phone.
Yes.
To read those texts.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
She
I will
wanted
leave
him to
tonight
know.
with the dog if you don't pick up. That type of thing.
Oh, so yeah. And they even when they broke up, they still communicated.
Yes,
it
every
sounds
day,
like
all the
it's
time.
like you know.
The whole time she
In
was
that
home.
bar
it
scene,
was just a
they were around him.
Yeah.
They
Not
were
this Jack so over here in the corner. No, she was around her ex, you know, and
I still don't understand with something with this. I'm trying to deal with, and I've been wondering about this. And everybody can chime in on this, but what in the hell was Jack Showalter doing? Why? What was he involved in? What was going on with him that night? Why was he there? He looks like he's standing guard everywhere he is. Just kind of standing around behind these girls, wherever they're at. Like he's standing guard on them for what? What was the deal?
You know, my original thought of him when I saw that video of, him walking up to the actually we didn't see it first. Don't think we noticed it first that he walked up, with them or whatever. I thought he was lurking at first, but then we found out that he was actually, with them at the grub truck, and then later we found out even before. And they said, "Oh, he was with them to make sure they were okay." My initial impression of him was they were drunk. He's a guy that thought, I might get lucky, with one of them. Okay. And the way that he hung back, he didn't even want any food. He didn't order food or anything. He waited all that long time for them
Yeah.
because I think he was going to go home and see if he could get lucky. And remember, like the way that they, I guess texted the driver, the private driver and all that they knew. And in this video, they say that the whole family knew who the private driver was, so it's somebody that they know too. When they, arranged for the driver, didn't tell, him that they were leaving. They didn't say goodbye. He just like turns around and is like, "Oh, what? They're gone?" And, he like shrugged and threw up his hands like, "Oh, damn," or whatever. Like, I was like, they just ditched him. Okay.
Yeah.
And then he just kind of like, threw up his hands and he walked off the other way like he was going home. I honestly think that he was, that was my first impression, that he was a guy that was trying to get laid.
Yeah, and I kind of I put that out there at first, but it was just so weird the way. I mean, I'm a guy. I was young at one time. I was in that same boat. I'm not a pig, guys, but I'm still a guy. And you put yourself in that position. I never. One thing I did never do was take advantage of a woman that was completely drunk like that. You don't. That's just something I never believed in. I don't understand that because it doesn't mean anything anyway. You know what I mean? So, but I did put that out there in my mind. My mind doesn't work that way all the time with guys. All the time. I do think that guys are pigs in a lot of senses. They can be, but at the same time, I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. So I did have that thought for just a slight time. And then I'm like, well, maybe he's just being a friend. But then again, at the same time, I don't know how close to him they are because you don't see or hear his name mentioned with them in any of their previous experiences, in my opinion. I may be wrong, so that kind of took the friend thing out for me there. So I don't know.
And then if you look at the pictures of the corner club, like Steve pointed out, they were right in Jack D's face.
Yeah.
And this guy was,
Oh,
several feet behind them,
out to the
still
side.
sort of looking like he was lurking. My thing is, if he was already in that mind, frame, like I said, Maddie was swaying. She was so drunk. If he knows that Kaylee used to be with Jack D and is like, okay, she's not going home with him, and Maddie is easy pickings because she's swaying or whatever, let me be Mr. Nice Guy and make sure they get home, and then they ditched him and he's like, ah, shit, threw his
Yeah,
hands
yeah.
up and then walks off the other way.
Yeah, because he kind of looks like the third wheel the whole time. Like he looks
Total third
uncomfortably
wheel.
weird. Yeah, he's
Even in the bank
yes,
CCTV
yes.
footage, he's the third wheel. They were
He's kind
not
of like
having that conversation with him.
he's inserting himself probably
Hmm.
and being ignored in a sense from what I took the whole time. So yeah,
Right.
I agree with you on that. That's why I've been trying to figure out. It's like so weird, the bar footage. I'm almost embarrassed for him.
Yeah.
Okay, he's standing there with his hands in his pocket again, kind of off to the back, just standing there. Was he talking to them? And Jack comes in and they're like, "Woof!" They ignore him. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And so on and so forth is what it looks like to me. So I've just been trying to figure out what the hell his part in this and why he's around this stuff. And
I
that
don't even recall them saying anything to him when they were standing at the grub truck, like when they
they
first
didn't
ordered
they
the
didn't talk
food.
to him at all. They didn't talk to
Right.
him at all.
Hmm.
He bounced around behind them as they moved along every spot they would move to. And the whole time they were not talking to him. In fact, I think when Maddie turns around and points, it's at Joe Bideau and said something to him, and Showalter's just standing there, and then they just leave. They didn't even say goodbye to him. They didn't say shit to him. He was gone, or they were gone, and he turns around. That's why, yeah, like you said, he shrugs like, "Whoa, okay, then whatever," and
Right.
moves on.
So that right there lets you know that he wasn't really tight in their friend group because, Maddie was hugging people or whatever. They were, having conversations a little bit with other people, and
Yeah,
whatnot. And they just like totally, ditched him and they weren't
yes,
paying attention to him.
exactly, Salty, and yes, you are correct, 100%. Thank you for that. So yeah, guys, sorry to interrupt, but that is why I was just like, what the hell is he doing here? Every time I watch him in a video with them, it's like, why are you there? Why are you here? Why are you there? They don't seem to want you there. It's like, what is going on? What's up, Coco Show? Thanks for joining us. So yeah, and guys, I think we've been going a long time. After this video and with Dolphin here, we're going to bring this to a close. I will be back here tomorrow with it, the same time, same stuff, a little different stuff. Same time, same me, same you, hopefully. And so yeah, so let's finish this up and then we'll talk about the end of it and move along. And again, thank you for this, Dolphin. I appreciate you very much.
Oh, no problem. You're welcome.
To me, that's comfort level. That's body language. This is the person that I'm comfortable in.
Talked to him about the conversation that night. We talked to the other guy about the conversation that went on that night, and they both, they were just like, "Hey, what's been up? How you been doing? What's been going on?" And she was trying to talk him into going to another bar down the street or something like that. And he's like, I worked all day. I'm tired. I'm going home. And he left and went home. And we think things could have been different.
We questioned the time in that video. We're not sure if it's accurate. So people might look at that and take it to, based off of the records that we have, there could definitely be some questions on the timing of that.
Right. For sure. But I will just say,
Great night,
I
Cal.
can't verify the timestamp there, but I know for a fact that after they left the corner club, they walked to the grub truck. It's about an 8-minute walk. So we need to factor that in. And then they ordered food. They were at the grub truck for about 10 minutes and they didn't leave the grub truck until the Uber driver had arrived at 1:49.
And those
So
cameras
if you
would
work
suggest-
backwards, that timestamp doesn't match up.
I would
So
suggest.
I don't know. I'm not going to say it's completely false or anything or how false it is. I don't know. But I'm saying from the timeline that I know for a fact, working it backwards doesn't match that timestamp.
Gotcha.
And it had just been daylight savings, so maybe they hadn't updated their cameras or something.
We are not going to go to bed and wait for other people to resolve a family problem. This is a family problem. And
This isn't just
both
a
those
family
girls are our girls, and I'm not handing over. I thought about it. I thought, like, here, just take care of my family and make sure that you find the right guy. And I eventually got to a point and said, you know what? My family, we're all G's. We call ourselves G's because nobody can pronounce our name. We are not going to sit here and let somebody else do a job that we can't add value to.
And you guys have added value. I mean, you, Olivia, found the Twitch video that actually solidified the timeline.
We watched the ring video that showed them pulling up, and we're like, that's them. It's 1:56. That's what time they got home. And there's the car leaving, and yeah.
So we're working.
And I have my phone. Kaylee's phone is my phone, so we saw all the calls that she had made, and we with an exact time. And
I reached out to every person she called. I had them send screenshots of the communications that had happened on that day, of texts with my sister, of the call with my sister. How long was your phone conversation with her? Just to do whatever I could in those first few hours, because unfortunately by the time we even found out, they've been gone for more than 12 hours.
What America needs to know is you can be a victim all the way up to the point where you just hand it all off. Or you can say, you know what? We have a moment in time to make an impact, do our due diligence, listen to what people are saying, write down notes, and you can be a part of solving it and work on it. Anyone who thinks that one officer or one department can do this alone for people, they're crazy.
Yeah.
This takes the whole community. This takes all of us to solve. We can't put this on one man, one officer, one police person, one deputy, one sheriff. We have to all come together and say, you know what, this is on us. Are we going to let these people exist and go undetected? Or are we all going to come together and say, this is enough? We are going to stomp this guy out of our community. And I'm telling you right now, we're coming for you. You're going to get stomped out.
Yeah. I feel like America is behind us on this one. I mean, it started with, the community, and then Idaho, and then United States. And I mean, it is just insane. I mean, I have people from Amsterdam.
I was going to say it's worldwide now, because I've got people that are in my chats from all
Finland,
over.
little countries in Asia and Africa.
It's insane. The only role that we can play is to keep this hot. Then that's what we'll do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and say, I have the tech that the FBI does. I'm not going to say I'm smarter than these people or anything like that. But I'm saying our role as a family is it's ebbing, it's flowing, it's molding. It's this one day, it's this another day. And we are there for whatever that is. But it's never going to be for us to sit back and do just nothing. If it's pushing, if it's letting off the gas, if it's going down to Moscow, going door to door, asking for cameras, asking for testimony, whatever it is, we're not going to stop.
This is a small community, and we're not gonna let this become normal. We're not gonna let this become normal.
No, you don't go to sleep at night and somebody sneaks in your house.
You don't go to sleep at night not knowing at the end of the day you did absolutely everything you could have that day. To just your own capabilities. I'm not saying go out there and you need to do a bunch of crazy shit. I'm not saying that.
Or yell at other people that they didn't do it.
Right.
You're doing it yourself.
Do whatever you can yourself so that you can go to bed at night saying, Kaylee and Maddie, I still got you.
Still got to sleep, but
I still got you. Sometimes it's media, sometimes it's not.
Because they don't have a voice anymore.
They don't. But it doesn't mean that it stops where it stops.
It's a new way to find justice.
I'm honored that, Steve, that you reached out to me a few weeks ago via email, and I just wanted to know what made you reach out to me, or how did you kind of find me, or just kind of curious on that.
I was looking at Kaylee's footprint on the internet. I'm an IT guy, and I noticed that she had followed some crime type investigators, and I found you. And I was looking through your content, and I was like, all right, this is somebody that she definitely was way more committed to than just a hit or two or a subscription. So I was like, I need to figure out what case she was looking at. I started looking at the case that she was following with you. And then I was like, I'm going to reach out because I want.
She'll help us. Kaylee.
Maybe she can help resolve Kaylee's story. They were already working together for other people's story, but maybe this can help resolve her own story, which is just terrible that this happened to her. But that was the daughter I had. She wanted to help other families find this justice. So if I could find somebody else who already she wanted to work with, then that's the person I want to help solve this case.
She always tried to get me to. I'm not a podcast person. I don't talk. I don't listen to. And she'd always tell me, and I'm like, yeah. I just turn on the radio, AM station all the way to work.
And the crazy part about I think all of it for us too is that we never talked to Kaylee about what are you on your funeral?
No.
So a lot of these decisions we're making in the dark. So when we can find those personal connections, it feels like a natural path to go down because it feels like Kaylee guided us. This is Kaylee approved. I'll say it in my head, I'll have a text from her that says, I love oranges, and this is Kaylee approved. It wasn't that we didn't know her, it's that there's so many questions and answers you have to answer for at the end that you just don't realize. So to see, Chronicles of Olivia, and she had commented on your videos and followed you and had told me, you gotta get TikTok. Her name's Chronicles of Olivia. You gotta follow her.
She definitely did, yeah.
It feels like a personal connection for us to her.
And that's more important than
anything.
Advertising.
For us to do right by Kaylee, that's all that matters. If we felt doing right by Kaylee was, to lay down and take this, we would do that.
Or just
but that's not
viewership or all this stuff that's so important to people. That's not how we raised our family. We didn't care about that. We still don't care about that. So we're trying to just
Make
go
her
by our
proud.
gut feeling in her life. And if that can play a role in solving this crime, then that makes it a lot better. That helps with the process of healing.
And that's another thing I want to say is I really admire your family for being in the spotlight and not being afraid and not just kind of walking away. And you guys are awesome. I don't even know how to describe it.
We are afraid. We are worried. People tear us apart. We are definitely worried and they do tear us apart, but it's not.
It doesn't matter.
That's not as important as our daughter's justice. Our daughter's justice is so much. I might not be employable for 100 years.
I might have blackballed myself as well.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter, because there's so much.
Have to have justice.
It's so much bigger than us now, and we would give everything for it, every day, everything, every day for the rest of our lives for it. Because Kaylee would do it for us. Maddie would do it for us.
All our children would do it for us. But to know what she went through and to think that I can just pretend like I've done enough.
Yeah.
She went through absolutely a nightmare in our head.
Terror. Pure terror.
So then we have to tell ourselves if we do that kind of effort. And I think that's the new way to figure out how to get through this, because we're finding out there's a lot of cases that are cold.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cases that are cold. People think
And it
just shut up, just shut up and listen. Guess what? There's those parents are calling me right now and saying, don't be quiet.
Yeah.
Don't make the same mistake I made.
Don't let it die.
You need to be vocal. You need to be uncomfortable. You need to take heat. You need to take risk. You might not be employable, but you might you could get justice with that. And that's what we're willing to do.
And those are other victims' parents that have reached out to you to tell you some of their stories.
Other victims literally saying, I follow the rules. I did everything to a T. Multiple times these parents have came out and said, my case went cold. So I'm thinking, if it goes cold, I'm going to say I gave it my all. I did everything I could.
And we're not trying to say we're not going to follow the rules. We're just saying you need new rules because obviously the ones that you're using aren't working in every case. Mm-hmm. So we're going to do what's right by us.
Family told us our baby was dead.
Yeah.
6 hours later, they tell us those rules aren't working.
Yeah.
Media goes so fast. So yeah, we're gonna play with a little bit more. I'm an IT guy. We're gonna play with some more new modern rules.
Yeah. What would you say to other parents that may have something like this in the future, what would be your number one tip or piece of advice that you would share with those parents?
We almost tried to put together an organization just for this, because after we went through it, you learn how much you don't know, and we are self-motivated and highly, engaged people. So we were trying to think about it's almost like you need a pamphlet to say, hey, this is what's going to happen. But
I just feel like we're still so early into it,
And I think I would say,
don't be quiet.
don't be quiet if you have the ability to not be. And most importantly, above all of that, is you have to do right by your loved one, whatever that means. And that's different for everyone.
Interview me. Yeah. Nobody knows your child more than you. And every officer should look at you and say, tell me what your child's life looked like. How did she wake up? What time did she sleep in bed all day?
Yeah.
Did she wake up?
What did she normally wear to bed? Was she wearing something different?
All pertinent.
So yeah, I would just say you just have to do what's right by them. And if that's, they would want you to just move on and let them, that's absolutely fine. And if they would want you to stay up every day grinding,
she'd be like, you all better be hitting the streets and finding this person for me and Maddie.
Right.
Aubrey, where are you? Aubrey, where are you?
And I wish that we had just had
take Murphy with you.
A stronger hand guiding us through that, and helping us to say, this is someone to talk to, this isn't someone, just so that interview, people might say this afterwards, because I feel like we just felt like we'd been hit by a truck, and then it just kept coming back, because we just kept trying.
But no, every time you talk, you will take more heat. They'll have less patience for you. So you have to be prepared for that mentally, because I don't want to give somebody advice that is actually very hard.
People are going to say, why she said that, or did she smile because she said that, or did you see the way they looked at each other when they said?
Yeah, you will become a internet sleuth suspect, whether you lived 1,200 miles away like I did or not, and it hurts. And so you have to either just completely ignore it or not look at it, or get some thick skin fast.
I just don't even look at it. I did for the first week or so, and it just absolutely consumed me. And a good friend said, get off of it. Just get off of it. And I said, you're right. And I was in all the little forums on Facebook, and I just unouted myself. And I told her, I said, I can't see people chew up my daughter, and chew him up, and chew me up. And I'm in every group I can be. I monitor every post,
you're every comment.
She's my hero.
Young woman.
She's my every single one, because what if he slips up there? What if he's in one of those groups? What if he says something that's a little too close that gives me a bad feeling? That's why it's a long shot, but it's what I can do. I can take that time. I can read this post. I'm physically capable of doing that, so I will.
One thing I would give to another father, if you have a role in that family, that you are the guy that's taken a leadership role in that family. We've always been there. We've been married for 27 years.
Thank you, Paul. Have a great day, dear.
I would suggest that you don't underestimate yourself. Don't let yourself be so small that you're scared to question these officers and say, why didn't you ask me about these things? You need to engage them. You need to be aggressive. You need to go in there and say, you know what? I know about that dog. I know about her favorite shirt, her favorite dress, her favorite shoes. It might seem stupid, but as a father, I know my girl. And I think that information, even if 80% of it is invaluable, 90% something there, could tell those officers if your dog was behaving in a suspicious way, like she felt uncomfortable, or if she was totally in a comfort zone. And we can see it. We see the video. We're like, oh, she's totally comfortable. Mm-hmm. But the world looks at it and they turn it into like, she's super uncomfortable. So
why did she say carbonara like that?
Fun time with Daddy, and here, hope your shoulder feels better.
What the hell did you show here?
We thanked Kaylee's family for sharing the precious memories they had with the girls, as well as sharing the difficult moments they've had since this tragedy. Before leaving, Christy showed us Kaylee and Maddie. Their ashes are in urns that stand side by side. This is a sight I will never forget, forever etched in my memory. I really hope the 4 victims will get justice, and whoever stole their lives away will be held accountable.
Yeah.
All right. That's a little rough.
Yep.
That part always gets me a little.
Mm-hmm. Get a little
That's
choked up.
that's why I have the passion for this case that I do. I have 7 kids, as a lot of people know, and I have kids that are in that age range, and it just, as a parent, as parents, I think all of us, a lot of parents, when something like this happens, we automatically reflect to our own families, and we're just like, you look at your own children and you hug them and you squeeze them, and you're like, good God, thank the Lord that you're here. And that's why I have the respect and the love for the Goncalves family and the rest of these families that I do, because they lost that. You know what I mean? They don't get to do that anymore. That's why I want there to be justice in this case so bad that it affects me that way, because it's just not fair. So that's what I'm all about with this, guys. With any case that I've had, there's a link of some sort to it like that. But so yeah, thank you for that again, Dolphin.
Oh, you're welcome.
Quite interesting.
I just wanted to say something really quick. Brian had asked something or had said something about not that the house wasn't important or not realizing, the importance of not
Yeah,
demolishing the house. The importance of leaving the house standing is that, number one, I can't think of a single other case, that's hit the public eye like this and whatnot, where they have, destroyed a scene like this.
right.
Because when they go to trial, they might actually have walkthroughs. A jury might say, "We want
Yeah.
to see this."
Yes.
In the Parkland shooting in Florida, that school building, the entire building, they sealed off, and it
Yes.
took them like what, a year or so to
Oh
to
yeah.
bring it to trial. And they, because he pled guilty, they didn't have the trial, they just had the sentencing phase. But they
Right.
took the jury into it, and
Yeah.
like stains and all, were still in there, and so they saw it. And another example is the Alex Murdaugh case, right,
Yeah.
in South
Yeah.
Carolina. When they went through the what was it, the barn or the shed or wherever that
Hmm.
they were at, one of the jurors, when the case was over, the trial was over, one of the jurors was doing an interview, and he was like a young guy, like maybe like 23 or whatever, and he kept wearing these ties that were like patriotic, had flags
Yeah.
on them or whatever.
Yeah.
And he said that he was really glad that they took them to the house, and they could see, they could actually, walk the distance between the house where this car was parked, the barn or whatever it was that they were in. And he said because when they went in, there was like a tack room or something that Paul Murdoch was in when he was shot, but then he kind of like ended up like falling out of it or something. And they kept questioning the angle of the second shot, because they said, wait a minute, this other shot seemed like it came from really low. And the juror said that when he was stepped into the room, he saw how small of a space it was,
Yeah.
and how big of a guy that Paul was,
Right.
whatnot. He said when he walked out of it, he said what they didn't know from and hadn't heard from any of the testimony is there was like a little what do you call it, um a runner or whatever, like a door, like when you
A
walk through
door
a
runner. Yeah.
doorway. Yeah.
Right.
And it was like maybe like, I don't know, an inch high or something, and he tripped on it. And he said when he tripped on it, he thought about, that probably explains why the other shot came from a lower angle, because what if the killer, like, came out, tripped, and was falling and did the shot while they were falling. So that's why I think
Gotcha.
actually leaving these scenes in in their actual shape and everything, you can walk through the building and whatnot, and you can tell, like I said, this house,
Oh
you would
yeah,
be able to tell like what the acoustics of the house are. You'd be able to actually see the distance and
I
see that
agree.
Xana's room was like right there around the corner. I mean, there was hardly
Look,
anything separating
not to
Dylan's room
mention
from
the
Xana's
sound.
room.
Yeah, the
Hmm.
sound in the house that needs to be heard and all. I truly believe that the families don't want the house torn down, or at least most of them don't.
Hmm.
I don't think it should be. I think it's an important part of the case. I mean, Ann Taylor is stating that she doesn't need it. What is what it is, and I appreciate that confidence. I still feel that it is important on either side, for either side,
Hmm.
for the jury to see what happened, what could have happened, the smells, the sounds, the structure, interior structure of everything, to put that into play in your mind
Hmm.
on making a decision to what this case is. So I agree with that 100%.
She probably doesn't care because she, is banking on the fact that she's going to get him off.
Yeah, yeah,
Like, and then who cares what happens with, whoever else they get,
right, right,
on the hook for
absolutely,
this. So why would she care?
right, right. Agreed, very much
Hmm.
so. So, well, thank you so very much once again. That was very nice. I appreciate that. I like the way you had it all set up. Everything. That's great. That was
Oh, yeah,
awesome.
no problem. You're welcome.
As always, very appreciative, and I always love talking to you. So
Same here.
anytime you are welcome up here. You always know that. So thank you very much for that. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Thank you for the support of the channel and always being here. Everything that you do. Appreciate you very much.
You're welcome. I'll
Yeah.
be around.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And everybody else, thank you all so very much for supporting the channel, as you always do. You guys are amazing. I love you guys all so very much. Um, as I always say, don't forget to love yourself, to love each other. I hope you guys all have an amazing rest of your day. I will see you all. Lord knows I'll probably see you guys somewhere else tonight, this evening, somewhere, because we know how I am. And if not, by some chance that I actually don't go somewhere else tonight, then I will probably for sure see you all tomorrow between 12 and 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have a great rest of your day. Every one of you, Dolphin, once again, thank you so very much for what you did, what you do. Moderators, great job. Everybody that
Oh,
came
you're
on
welcome.
panel, amazing stuff. What's that?
Oh, no, I just said you're welcome.
Okay. All right. And you have a great night. I will talk to you all so very soon and see you on the other side, folks. Bye-bye now.
Mhm. Bye, guys. I'll stick around and chat because there was one other thing I wanted to say. Let me get out of StreamYard. Do, 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 do.
All right. That's gonna do it for today, everybody. Like I said, thank you all so very much for everything, for being here, for the support, for every bit of it. You guys are great. Be safe, be happy, love yourselves, love one another, like I always say. Um, man, I'd beat if I was Dago. Yeah. Let me check everybody here, make sure everybody's good. Thank you all so much. You are all so very welcome, and thank you for all supporting the channel like you did. Anybody that donated to the channel, thank you very much for that as well. Like I said, guys, I may see you this evening somewhere else. Who knows? May not. If not, I will see you all tomorrow between 12 and 12:30 Eastern Standard Time, right back here. Same place, same time, same Dago, to do the same things that we do every single day. And that's to be great and talk about this stuff and try to find some real justice in this, guys. Again, love you all so very much. Have a great one, and I will see you all on the other side. Bye bye.